Are we live, yeah?
What do you think? I hope so. I've clicked the button.
Fucking lovely.
I didn't put my glasses on though, so I don't know if I clicked the right one. But you know, age gets in the way.
I feel young because I'm between two old farts.
You're like a diamond between two roses.
More like a turd between two slices of bread. That was really cool.
I'm thinking Dave's just going to go, what was that? Or he's going to go, that was really cool.
No, I like that a lot. That was really, really cool.
All right, isn't it?
Yeah, I like that. Very professional.
I don't know, yeah. And then it finishes and you get us three and it's like, yeah, no more professionalism.
Yeah, it's all gone to shit now.
Hello, everybody in chat.
Hey.
Normally I will go through and say hello to everybody individually, but there's so many of you. I'm just going to say hello to all of you. Obviously, you all know Chris from the Tuesday Lives, and you should all know Dave as well. If you don't, please go check out his channel. Congratulations on 80,000.
Yeah. It's exciting times. It's kicking off. I don't know if anyone else has noticed, actually. I noticed this last year, but the last month, the viewings and everything go right down.
It's summertime.
It is, isn't it? Yeah, I think it's like we suddenly hit that holiday period, and then everyone goes, "Nah, stop that! I ain't watching that anymore." Load of crap.
It was the same a fair few years ago. Before spiders, I used to do a lot of fish, so we used to breed fish and sell them. In the summer, nobody'd want fish because everybody was outside. As soon as it gets cold and people have got nothing to do and staring at a fish tank, they'll buy fish. It's the same with us. Yeah. Nobody wants to watch the TV because it's late nights, the sun's out, and wow, it's been raining instead of 40-degree heat this week, isn't it?
God, man, it's been pouring down today. I've been soaked today so many times. It's been miserable.
I think what we'll do is get a bit later on into the night. I'll put the link out there to see if anybody wants to come and join up and ask Dave a few questions and stuff like that. What do you reckon? Get them up on screen, Dave? A bit later on?
Why not? Yeah, we can do a bit of that.
I have got a very personal question for you, Dave. I hope you're prepared.
Well, that's nothing unusual, is it? Go on.
Are they your dresses behind you?
Oh, damn, you weren't supposed to see them. I must say, I look particularly fetching in this one. Very nice.
Anton's just put £2 onto the chat. Cheers, Anton. And he says, why is Dave in camera lady's cupboard?
If I'd known that was worth £2, I'd have got the other ones out.
So for anybody that might have missed your last video, Dave, what's been going on in the old beastie channel?
Yeah. Well, as you probably would have realised now, I'm not sitting in my usual room. That room is no longer around. It's been disbanded. It's gone. Famoosh. Basically, as I said in the video, we've basically moved house, and we're in the process of buying a place. And this has been held up with a thing called land registry. The house that we've bought is in sort of need of a bit of TLC, so we got a decent price. And the old girl that lived there, she bought it back in the 60s. Cool. Now, apparently, she's been in there pretty much all her life, had her family there and everything. And apparently, the local authority hold the land registry. and they only have to hold it for 50 years, and then it can be disbanded or gone. And get what you like. And then, so of course, the solicitors went to find the land registry, and it'd all gone. And we were then told that we'd have between 16 and 20 weeks for it to all go through. So it's now actually gone through. So we're just waiting on the solicitors to finalise a few bits and pieces. But this all came about because we were, as many of you know, we were in rented accommodation. And for the last 3-4 years, we've been complaining about damp in the back rooms. And it was been a constant battle trying to deal with it. And obviously in the summertime, it all goes away and everything's lovely. In the wintertime, you end up with a problem again. And we basically got a little bit fed up with it and said, like, sort it out, or we're going to have to, try and sort something ourselves, take it a bit further or whatever. And with that, they issued us with a Section 21 no-fault eviction, which basically gave us 2 months to get out. So they obviously didn't like the approach that we had, and took it on themselves to do that. So that, luckily, we had actually been looking at buying for the last 6 months or so. We've been looking, so we were on our way anyway. We wanted to be out anyway, but by having the Section 21, I don't know if other viewers are aware of it, but it's basically what they call a no-fault eviction. So you've done nothing wrong. Your landlord has just said, I've had enough and I want my place back. And you haven't got a leg to stand on. You can't do nothing about it. I do believe that there is things afoot to change that ruling, because there's too many landlords of late have done exactly that and then put the place back on the market for an extra £100 a month or whatever. So they can't put your rent up because that looks bad on them. But what they can do is evict you and then re-rent it at a much higher rate. So, and that's what they've been using it for, a lot of them. So it's been quite a shady sort of thing. But so we ended up in that position, which meant we had to find something. And due to all of that going on, it obviously meant that I had to shut down all of my spider, because I had 2 rooms on the go. You guys never actually saw room 2, but it was pretty much the same as room 1. So
do you happen to have any videos or pictures of it?
I don't actually. No, because I tended to use the second room purely as a work base. I used to do a lot of my work and stuff in there. And a lot of the stuff that was kept in like containers or rubs and stuff like that was all in there. So I used the main room really for my glass enclosures. Although the other room had a lot of glass enclosures as well. But yeah, so everything's gone. So all of my spiders have gone into storage. We brought all the slings with us. We kept the slings. Now, there's a bit of a story behind it all. When I made that video that went out yesterday, yeah, when I made that, as I say, that was made about a month ago or so, 5 weeks ago, something like that, when we first, when this all came about, that we had to get out quick. And basically what I done was I ordered up a whole load of Braplast boxes and bits and pieces to enable me to be able to box everything up and move it all with me. And my original plan was to take everything with me, which was a bit more of a logistical nightmare than I actually gave it any credit for, to be fair. And I underestimated just how much I had and how much space all them boxes was going to take up. It sort of like become very apparent. Anyway, as I'd ordered all the boxes up and everything else, and then I was sitting there and we had to be moving out on the Monday. And then all of a sudden, it was like on a Thursday, I suddenly realised these boxes ain't been delivered, because I've had other bits and pieces coming in. And I was like, these boxes ain't here. When are we leaving? And camera lady was like, Monday. I'm like, oh, shit. I've now got no, you know what I mean? Where the hell am I going to get boxes? So I then started running around. I got let down, basically. I ordered them. The order came out. Yes, this order has been done. And then they never arrived. When I chased them up, they haven't. So they hadn't got them in.
I just got to read this comment, Dave. The buggery says, "Are you the reason internet reptile have no 5.8 litre baroplasts?"
Well, no, I was only after the little ones, but I got right down because unfortunately, it's like we've heard before in the past. Many suppliers, they take your money, they take your order, and then they don't tell you that actually they haven't got that order themselves yet. They're still waiting for it to come through. You know, but you put on there, I want them delivered on a Tuesday. They haven't even got the bloody things.
No.
So I was rather annoyed and a little bit pissed off, shall we say. And it put me in a really bad spot because it now meant that I've got a couple of days, no boxes, and I need to move, a lot of spiders. And so then I ended up phoning around. A friend of mine, he actually said to me, he says, right, we'll start ringing around, see if we can get some boxes up. And people that I thought would have a lot of boxes didn't have any boxes. And then purely by chance,
if you'd asked the community, we would have all just sent you the empty ones.
The problem is, I can appreciate that, but the problem is I couldn't afford to get them in dribs and drabs. I needed them like now. I didn't have days or weeks to wait on things, and the problem is I need someone to turn around and say, yes, I've got X amount there, you can have them, and guarantee it so that I can get on and do what I needed to do. Unfortunately, it just all came on too fast and run out of time. So we ended up, I thought to myself, oh, Portsmouth tarantulas, they're just down the road from me. They're not far away at all. They will have boxes, I'm sure, because I was pretty sure that they sold the boxes and they'd used them themselves as well. So I literally messaged them. It's quite funny. I messaged them. I couldn't find Danielle's private message. And I messaged you, if you remember, and said, have you got Danielle's details? Because I need to speak to her. So you sent me to Facebook, by which time I'd already messaged her shop site.
Portsmouth Tarantulas.
Well, of course, it comes up straight away. We are no longer here. Piss off, come back Monday. And oh no, I can't even get hold of them. And anyway, literally no sooner had I sent that message, then all of a sudden Danielle messaged me, is that you, Dave, trying to get hold of me? And I was like, yes, please answer your phone. We had a chat, and she didn't have any boxes or anything, not enough for what I needed anyway. And she turned around and she goes, but I do have a lot of space. If it would be helpful. And honest to God, I'm not kidding you. You never seen such a relieved person in all your life. I was stood in my kitchen, sweating, thinking, what the hell am I going to do? And then all of a sudden, she's come out with that, and she said, look, we got loads of space. And I said, no, I don't think you understand. I've got a lot of stuff. And, this ain't going to just fit on a rack. This needs some serious space. And she's like, no, she said, I got umpteen amount of space. Loads
her unit is massive, isn't it?
Yeah. And I remembered it from the Facebook videos and that I see her. And I remember, bloody hell, she has got a lot, yeah. So anyway, we had a quick chat, and I was like, you've just saved my life.
Can somebody put Portsmouth Tarantulas link into the comments?
Oh, definitely.
I think she needs a bit of love. That is.
Oh, definitely. I mean, she literally stepped up out of the blue in a moment's notice, literally like on a 2-minute conversation. Her and Scott, they couldn't do enough to help. And literally, I think that was like on a Thursday or a Friday, and I think Saturday or something like that, or the Friday maybe, we were running spiders up to her, and we done 2 or 3 trips, just taking them up there. And because she's got the space, I managed to take a lot of them up in tanks that they were already still in living. So I didn't even have to take them out of tanks. She took all the tanks. So a lot of spiders that I've got have been paired up, were waiting to drop and things like this, which I'd sort of said to myself, I'm going to lose 90% of this stuff because, sacks are not going to take to traveling and being boxed up and all this sort of stuff. So I just sort of wrote this year off, really, breeding wise. I wasn't expecting anything at all. And
I bet you were thinking, all these females that you've got and paired and watched the pairings.
Yeah.
We all know how passionate Dave is. So behind the scenes, you must have been thinking, "Oh my God!"
I was absolutely gutted because there's a lot of the stuff that I've done. I've spent the last year, 18 months preparing different things to get to the point where I was now, and so all that gone out the window. And I was gutted, to be honest. And I thought, well, I'll just have to pick it up again at the other end. But yeah, so we ended up we run pretty much the collection up to Danielle and Scott, and put it at Portsmouth Tarantulas, and they've been looking after it ever since. And Danielle's in like daily contact with me. We have chats during the day and what have you, different bits and pieces. She's also been pairing up some of my spiders because I had an awful lot of mature males that were ready for pairing, and I had females that were coming up and ready. So as they've been coming and molting and different bits and pieces, Danielle's been pairing them up for me as well. So we've had a few we had a couple that went up that already had egg sacs, and I think one of them has hatched already. And we've got a couple of others that have produced egg sacs since they've been there. So, they've changed.
I watched that video, right, on Thursday, and I just thought, what would you do? I mean, what would you do? I mean, what would you do if Danielle hadn't turned around and said to you, we can take the lot, Dave, and look after him for as long as you need?
Yeah.
Was it on Friday?
Yeah, I think it was.
On Friday, you can't get the paraplasts to house all the spiders, and you've got Saturday and Sunday to sort it out by. You got camera lady going, Dave, what you doing? Why isn't this sorted?
Yeah. I mean, it was a horrendous situation. It was going to be horrendous anyway. It was going to be really, really bad, and I knew having to box everything up. I was looking at possibly losing spiders, because it's not an ideal situation. But then to do what we've done, I boxed up probably half of the collection maybe, and the other half went in their tanks. So they're all stayed. So a lot of the spiders that I was particularly worried about, they stayed in the tanks that they were in.
They've been hanging out in those drawers and clothes on the floor like a teenagers.
Yeah. I mean, it's been an absolutely mental time. I mean, we've been doing this now for like maybe 5 weeks now, I think, and it has been just madness. But yeah, if it wasn't for Joe and Scott, it would have been an awful lot. I mean, they have been absolute lifesavers. I can't say it enough. They literally have made a chaotic, stressful situation a whole lot easier to deal with. Really,
there's a lot of traders out there in the day, but you think, yeah, no, and then the ones that you think, yeah, are just amazing people, absolutely amazing people. Yeah, I've not heard anything bad said about Danielle. I've heard completely the opposite all the time.
No, I mean they have seriously gone out of their way, and when you consider, I have single-handedly probably doubled her workload. And it's,
you mean doubled Harry's workload?
I mean, they're all on it. I mean, they're literally the whole team there. They literally, it has probably doubled their workload. Because there's just so much stuff to deal with, and it's just an absolutely marvelous thing. Yeah, there you go. Look, yeah, Friday and Saturday we took them up.
Oh, sorry. Yeah, sorry, I just.
And when we done that, that was in that really, really hot weather. I mean, it was like bloody 28 degrees, 29 degrees, something like that. It was mental. And my mate who came up with me, Andy,
on the show,
he does my no. This is another Andy. He does my photography and stuff for my website that's coming out. So he's been helping out with stuff like that. I mean, he literally just jumped straight on and was like, right, this is what we got to do. This is the problem. How do we solve it? And it was just amazing. I mean, he spent the whole day with me running backwards and forwards, and his car's got no aircon. So he was out on the road in like 30 degrees.
Did it have wheels, or did you have to lift it up and go along like Flintstones?
We went up in individual cars to try and take as much as we possibly could at each time. And honest to God, I tell you what, it's times like this that you realise we've all got like close personal friends that are like local to us, or mates from school and stuff like that. And it's times like I won't class names, but
he's a brother. He's an absolute brother. I love this guy a bit.
I mean, you literally you realise who the people and then to have people like Scott and Danielle, who I've only really met them at the shows, and we've chatted and bits and pieces and chatted on Messenger and stuff like that. But we're not personal friends. We've never really sort of done anything like that. For them to just step up out of the blue like that and just jump in, and like I say, we have single-handedly doubled their workload. I mean, they thought they had it busy before. They've now got it really busy. They've been amazing, absolutely amazing.
It's just that this whole hobby never fails to amaze me. What people do for each other is just. I mean, to be in your position, to be in like you are now in intermediate housing, let's say, and not have the room for them all, and you thinking, hold on, it's Thursday. That gives me 3 days. I've got to not only change all these spiders into Baroplast, lose all the moss that you're absolutely famous for. Literally, you're the reason why I've got moss in my tanks. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah.
All those plants, all that effort. We all watch you doing your videos. There's a lot of passion going into every single enclosure, and literally, you would have had to redo every single one.
Yeah, well, I've literally I run down enclosures. I literally
lost my words.
I run all the enclosures down. And basically sort of like started drying them all out and what have you, because the original plan was that the spiders would all be taken out and put into boxes. So all of my tanks would then die off. They would literally just die because they're going to go into storage. And so that was how I'd done it. So I'd started running them down probably a month or so before, 6 weeks before we actually moved them. Because I'd already sort of like accepted the fact that I weren't going to be able to keep them all. So that's what I'd done. But then, as it happens, we took a load of them to Portsmouth tarantulas, and them ones they've died off. The actual greenery in them has died off and what have you. So they will all need to be redone. But that's an exciting thing. That's something to look forward to now.
And gives you new content on your channel.
Well, yeah. I mean, it's I've got an awful lot of plans. If things come together how I want them, then we've got really big plans. It's exciting.
Tron's just put 200 Norwegian kroner onto it and onto the chat. Thank you, Tron, and says Scorpion Tron in the building. He's coming over to the Bristol show, Dave.
Oh, nice. Oh, yeah. Be nice to meet. Be nice to meet.
After so long, Danielle, it's no problem, Dave. I had more fun in a few weeks ago when you come and when Camera Lady came down. Danielle, yes. It's not only a thanks from Dave; it's a thanks from all of us to keep this legend going.
We ended up. I tell you what real nice, such nice people they are. We literally say we dumped all this stuff off on them, and then we like back off. What's that?
The bugger, in a few months, someone's going to go into the woods and wonder where all the moss has gone.
What do you mean the woods? I'd have had the branches as well.
I've never used like do you know when you get the branches and you get that thick lichen that kind of expands away from the bark? Yeah. I've never used it, right? And Nicole Louise, who does all the isopods, she was like, no, use it. The all the isopods will eat it.
Yeah.
My God, Hoffman Soggy, they can strip a branch in a day.
Yeah.
Yeah. I was just watching them munch it. I was like, mate, you know these guys are eating more than me. that lichen. So yeah, we went over to the woods on Wednesday, and I've come back with some beautiful moss.
This is the crazy thing, isn't it?
It's all your fault. It's all your fault.
There's some cracking stuff out there. You just got to go and have a look at it.
Well, before Dave, I mean, I know I'm always saying this. I don't want to sound like a lick ass, but before you came along, I never used moss. It's always cocoa fibre. And then Dave was like, "No, you can use soils. You can do this. You can get moss from the woods, the sticks, this, that, the other." And of course, I'm thinking, hold on a minute. All these guys saying you have to put it in an oven for 3 hours. You have to bleach it for 2 weeks. Then you have to put it under the shower. You know. Flash it to the moon, and then it's all right for your enclosure. Yeah. And Dave's like, no, you go to the woods, you pick the moss up, and you put it into your enclosure. What I've got from that is, I mean, our 4-year-olds with the autism and that never concentrates on nothing. Take him over to somewhere like Coombe Abbey, go into the woods, start moving moss around. The odd centipede comes flying out, and he's like, "Dad, what's that? What's that?" The odd little beetle goes running around, anything moving on the forest floor, and he's like, "What's that? What's that? What's that? What's that?" Oh, we had some right times. Claire says, "What an epic mission, sorting all that out. Hats off to Danielle. Such a brilliant community." Quick shout out to Aurora Exotic. She's putting together everybody's stickers, so you guys will be able to go onto her site, and for a price that just basically covers the making of the stickers, you can get everybody's stickers. It's just a massive community thing. It's going to be, I think it's absolutely epic. So please go check out Aurora Aquarium.
Anybody needs stickers, also go and check it out because she does an awesome job.
All the holographic ones. Plus, you're not paying somebody online. You all know Claire. It's like buying a spider off Dave. You know Dave. You know where your money's going, and that's what I like.
Cool.
But yeah, going into the woods with the little one and the family, getting all the moss. I would never have done that 4 years ago.
Yeah, 4 years. You can end up having a really nice afternoon, can't you? The kids are really getting into it. They love it.
Oh yeah, hiding behind trees, running around, just doing stuff that's not like involving walking into town or going shopping for food, or you're out in the environment, and then I find myself, I'm taking pictures of the moss, Googling it through the image and trying to find out which species of moss it is, as well as the beetles, because some of the beetles and the insects that are on the UK forest floor, you just don't even know exist until you start flipping a bit of bark or flipping a bit of moss.
Yeah.
It's mind-blowing.
Yeah, there's some awesome stuff. I can remember, I mean, this is probably how it started for me when I was a kid, probably, I don't know, 6 years old, something like that. I can remember going out into the woods, collecting oak leaves, dried oak leaves and stuff that have fallen from the trees for me snakes. And we used to keep boa constrictors in nothing but leaves on the floor, and because whenever you saw back in them days, you didn't have the internet and stuff like that, and you had very few books. But the odd photo that you ever saw of a boa constrictor, 9 times out of 10 was either on a mossy branch or it was curled up in amongst a load of leaves. So that gave us the idea. We're like, well, we need to keep him on leaves, don't we? So we used to go out and collect like a bin bag full of leaves and bring them all back, dump them all in the thing, and then that was it. Put a snake in there, and yeah, away you went.
Just remind me in a bit, Dave, to come back to what Amy's mentioned there, because I want to have a quick chat with you about spiders passing away in moths.
Okay, yeah.
Just if I don't remember, just go remember.
Mm-hmm. Yes,
when I was a kid, we were in the local brook all the time and coming home, getting a clip round the ear because your shoes were drenched or muddy because you've been trying to jump it and all the rest of it. Yeah. But we used to spend summers walking up and down the brook with little fish nets, catching all the stickleback, going home with leeches all over your ankles.
Do you guys know of Wixted Park?
No, I've heard of Wixted
Park. Massive amusement park. Massive amusement park. I mean, back in the day, that was probably one of the biggest ones in the UK. It was huge.
Dave's research came from cave drawings when he was a kid.
Cheeky cow.
I'll be careful, remember, Dave, she's got your spiders.
Yes, you hold them at ransom. Yeah, I can remember going to Wixted Park, and they had like a river runs through Wixted Park, And when we went there on a school trip, I never went and done any of the amusements. I went straight down the river and caught bullheads with a fish.
Yes,
and
I remember them.
And them and eels, and I brought them back in my sandwich box to put in my pond at home. And I never went on a single ride. Yeah. And that was the one trip all the kids used to look forward to for all year was Wickstead Park, because that was the big trip of the year, you know. And I was like, no, just take me to the river. I just want to be down the river. Sod the rides. I can't be asked. Yeah.
Oh, my stepdad was. I can't describe him because it's not 9 p.m. yet, so I can't use too harsher words. But as a kid, anything I wanted to do is very much no. But so I wanted a pond, no. Fish tank, no. As we get older, he wants a pond, fish tank. Sorry, he had a fish tank, that type of thing. Had a dog, that was it. Can I have a snake? No. Can I have a spider? No. So we were always out looking for these things out in the woods and stuff like that. I remember bringing a big toad home once and knocked the door. Do you remember the old street light? No, the lights that they used to put on top of cones for street works?
Yes.
With a big battery, so you'd have a big battery that you'd just be slotted on the top. I got one of them, and it weren't working, so I've dropped the battery out, and I've put this toad inside there, and I've took it home. And my mum's gone, "What's in that?" Because she knew it would be something crawling. And I've gone, "Nothing, mum." She's took the top of it off. This toad's jumped out. And the dining room table was one of those things that gets used once a week on a Sunday. The rest of the time, you don't go anywhere near it. It's a lot of money. Can't get it scratched or nothing. My mum saw this toad and jumped up onto the dining room table. Now, this is just something you'd never see my mum doing. And I've never in my life, in 44 years, I've never heard her swear so much. I was like, "Oh, okay, mum, bye, mum." Turns out she was scared of toads, isn't it? And scared of frogs. She still reminds me about it now.
Really? Funny, yeah, when you think back as a kid.
Mark says, "Hello, everyone. Hope everyone is well. Not stopping in chat tonight, but liked and shared. Take care, everyone." Mark's just going through something at the moment. Check out his Facebook if you want to know anything more, because I don't know what's public and what's not. Much love, Mark. But yeah, she went ballistic, to say the least. Once it was out, I mean, I left it a good 2 hours before I went back home, and she was still red in the face, still raging. I'm glad my stepdad was at work, put it that way. Otherwise, it would have been the bout.
I can remember when I was a kid, the only time they knew that I brought something new home was normally the smells coming out of my bedroom. And I used to sneak in bloody magpies, crows, fox cubs, all sorts of stuff. Yeah, always had stuff in there. And half the time I could quite often keep things quiet or hidden, but it would be the smell that would give it away in the end. Yeah. Don't keep wild mammals under your bed is all I can say.
Yeah. We in the end, our mate who lived around the cul-de-sac, literally just round the corner. His dad was very old fashioned, so he didn't mind. So we used to put all sorts in his garage. All sorts.
Yeah.
It was, I don't know why we used to do it, but ants in matchboxes and expect them to live more than 24 hours. Yeah. And worms. Amount of times I put a worm in a matchbox as a kid, took it home, put it under my bed, and it's all dried up to nothing the following day. And I've gone, "Oh, that looks cool." Kept it in the matchbox, put it in my drawer, and that was another clip round the back of the head.
I remember keeping great crested newts in jam jars with just a little bit of oxygenating pondweed, and they used to survive. You know, and yet
I remember the newts. Yeah.
They're an endangered thing nowadays, and you actually get you can get in serious trouble for removing one nowadays. But we used to breed them in our pond. We used to keep them and breed them. And
this is something that really irritates me, because I mean I remember seeing a lot of newts as a kid, but then they used to breed and be around like very boggy water, almost like a marsh, almost like a pond in a marsh.
Yeah.
So right next to me, when I grew up as a kid, there's a place called Sterling Metals. So it's a big factory. And next to that was cow fields, what we call cow fields. Never a cow in it. We used to just take the motorbikes round the edge. And there was this, we used to call it the Froggy. Like a big like frog infested water that was all marshy around the edge, so you couldn't get too close. That used to be full of newts.
Mm.
In the early 90s, they drained the lot and built all over it. So they protect these species, but then they just go, oh, thanks for that backhander. Yeah, we'll sign that off. Off you go.
Yeah, there's plenty of that goes on. I mean, with my work in the trade, sort of as it were, with like the zoos and nature parks and stuff like that, nature reserves. You'd be surprised the amount of stuff that goes on that you don't hear about. You know, it's not PC to know about a lot of it, and unfortunately, it's quite often the organisations that we respect the most are the worst, and it all comes down to that at the end of the day.
Yeah.
It's not about saving something quite often. It's about how much publicity I can get from that.
Yeah.
Because that publicity will ensure our next couple of years or whatever. And it's disgusting, really.
Charity is charity, right? So if you're doing something charitable, the right hand shouldn't know what the left hand's doing. So if it's charitable, you don't go shouting about it. If you go shouting about it, it's more self-promoting.
Yeah.
If it's done in the right way, then yeah, great. You know what I mean? If you kind of bringing attention to something and saying, you know, others can do the same thing and stuff like that. But I think, especially with celebrities, it seems to be a bit more self-promotion than what it is charity. So I think with the wildlife stuff, yeah, there is a lot of bits and bobs that I've seen over the years, and I've thought, hey up,
with documentaries, it's like bloody. The thing is like you've got something like the BBC. You know, they want to make the best documentaries in the world. You know, they want to be known as the documentary maker, wildlife documentary maker.
Thanks to David Attenborough.
Yeah, but I mean, he's a classic in a way. What people forget, what they don't realise, is like David Attenborough. He's been made out as like one of the greatest like animal people, if you like, of our time. He actually started his career collecting animals for zoos.
And spearfishing.
He went out trapping and doing them all. Now, these are the very same things that they're all harping on about now. That, oh, it's so bad, it's so terrible, you know. And also, as well, you get a lot of these people that actually made their fame and their bread and butter off the back of things, which they now they've been there, done it, made their money, they've made their space in time. They're now turning around and saying that, you know, if someone else goes out and does that, that's terrible. You shouldn't do that. That's disgusting. That's terrible behaviour. Well, hang on a minute. If I actually look into your background, I find out that you went and done exactly the same thing. You know, it's very, very difficult. I think.
But would you say that? No criticism, because obviously keeping spiders and animals now is completely different to how we kept them 40 years ago. So have these people just gone with the times and improved with the times? So has David Attenborough kind of started his career trapping and spearfishing and what have you, taken animals from the wild? Has he then seen the change outside of the world, outside of his documentaries at the time? Sorry, and gone, oh, actually, with fashion is going more. They want to conserve it now, so I better get into this. Or do you think he actually seen a decline in the natural environment and a kind of infestation into the natural world of the human race and gone, these things are not going to be around for much longer. I need to, now I've got an audience, to try and turn the whole audience to being a bit more nature aware?
Well, I think really when you get down to the nitty gritty, the presenters like David Attenborough and all those that are around him like them, they basically, they're a voice box for what the BBC sees. So the BBC will look at a certain aspect. They will look at a certain aspect of things, and they'll be like, right, this will get us views. So that's the direction that they go in, and then that presenter, whoever it may be, will just cover whatever they've been told to do. So they are a voice box.
Oh,
this
yeah.
is the thing. They're not actually, they don't really create these things themselves. I mean, they might sit there and come up with an idea and turn around and say, oh, this would be a cool idea. And then they might get the backing of the BBC to do it. But the vast majority of it is production run. It's not run by anything else. It's purely production and what will give views. It's no different to a new sitcom that hits the TVs. You know, they look at it and they think this is a great idea. This will make us money, and they go with it. They run with it. It either fails or it becomes a success. So it's a very similar sort of thing. Everything around it is money driven. I mean, this is one of the reasons I got disheartened with the zoo world, is because all we were forever doing was pushing the conservation aspect. And so the more that you can show that you're conservation orientated, the more chance you'll get support from the public. That support in turn pays for the organization. That's where and it's still profit driven. You know, they run off of profits. So they come to a point in the end when we actually broke it down and looked at it, the actual conservation that we were personally involved in was very, very little. You know, so you're almost like sort of living a lie in a way, because unfortunately, most of the conservation things are of no interest whatsoever to the general public. You know, they want to see a tiger or something. You know, so they sit there and go, oh well, you know, we conserve the Bengal tiger because there's only X amount left in the wild. Well, you know, there's more in captivity than there is in the wild.
I have noticed, you know, going back to like the BBC, you know, like you're saying, Bengal tiger, you know, it's miles away from the UK, and they're not talking about the spiders that are in the UK that are going extinct. They're not talking about like our own reptiles that are disappearing. It's I think that's very much government influence, because if we're not looking at our own stuff, then we're not going, excuse me, we don't want you building there because, you know, the adders are there. Or we don't want you building there because there's a grass snake or legless lizard or anything like that. We're thinking about Bengal tiger, like you know, millions of miles away.
But it comes back down to what I was saying about viewings.
Yeah,
you know, if you made a program about, for argument's sake,
that is so right, Mark. By the way,
you know, the smooth snake, the crested newt, anything like that. You made a documentary about that, and then you made a documentary about killer whales or Bengal tigers. Who do you think is going to get the views? The smooth snake won't even get a look in. Well, it's not worth spending the money to try and highlight it, because you don't get any return. But if you make a documentary about killer whales, you will get a return, and it's worth putting the money in. So, and that's what it's all about. It all comes down to money. It's all money driven.
It's the same with YouTube. If I did a video going, I'm handling a Polytheria metallica, you know, it almost bites me, it runs off my arm, it nicked Dave's cup of tea and had it away with camera lady, you know, they'd watch that. But if you put out a video, here's a P metallica, you don't handle it, but this is how you look after it, you know, nowhere near as much interest.
No, it's always going to be down to what people want to see. And what is exciting at the time. That's the big thing. Yeah.
Mark Sargent, and I'm with you, Mark, on this, mate. It says David Bellamy was good, but he didn't toe the line.
Yes, he was another one. I was lucky enough to meet him a couple of times.
Christopher, I'm not going over that subject, mate.
He's a really he's a really nice guy. We in my last job in Norfolk, he came in and done a talk and a thing, because he was, if I remember, he was personal friends with one of the guys that was running it. So he came in and, you know, done a little bit of spiel and stuff. And he's a really nice guy, actually. There's many of them are sort of very different to how you would imagine them by seeing them on the telly. Very few of them are the same in sort of life as they are on TV. But he was one of them ones that was just, there's plenty of time for you, you know. He'd sit and talk shit for 10 minutes, no problem at all. You know, good as gold.
I think that's the same with everybody. When you meet them in real life, YouTubers as well, you can tell, can't you?
Yeah, I guess so. I mean, it's I don't know. I suppose it's just people's general makeup, you know, how they are.
Raymond says, Scott, you got to remember that big charamastic mammals will only be the animals that the public want to see conserved.
Yeah, Yeah, it's pretty true. It's the stuff that's the, it's the top sort of like favourite animals in the world.
You might know Raymond actually from Ireland. He was still is big in the zoo world. Big.
Raymond Robinson. No, I don't know.
Big Irish fella. I can't say off the jokes, Raymond, because I know you're watching, but it's not after 9 o'clock yet. No, but yeah, lovely fella. No, I get that, Christopher. I know. Candy says, I want to see whatever you put out.
Whatever we put out. That could be dodgy.
That's how he's making his money, on the alternative outlets. Danielle, same as Dave on Camera Lady. Camera Lady has a face, not a camcorder recorder for a head.
She too shy though. She don't like getting in front of the camera.
She was on my show video, slapping your belly.
Yes, she won't. I've said to her many times. Even when we do like the slings and stuff, she's like, "Don't get my face, just my hands. That's it."
Dave, do you remember what you said in the last live?
I choose not to.
Well, you will at the show because we all clipped it.
Spiders on the Web says, holy F, I just listened back to what happened. Danielle is fantastic. Dave, I hope you will get settled in your own place soon.
We're on our way.
George.
Yeah, we're on our way. We got a few probably got another month or so of hopping around caravans. Because that's an interesting thing, actually. You can only do 21 days on any one site. Can't do any longer than that. So we're lucky where we are that one big caravan company have got 3 sites local to us.
So you can...
And we literally done 21 days, 21 days, 21 days. And that is how we're having to live at the moment. So we are literally living out of a suitcase. And it's a bloody nightmare, put it plainly. What, Chris?
So if you need me to look after your exoterras, I'll happily do that.
Yeah. Yeah. I'm sure they're pining away in that storage container that they're all sat in, all huddled together.
What was that again?
It's like, is he coming back? Is he coming back?
The scene is you're on a holiday park. How many 2Ps has camera lady got through at the old 2P machines in the amusements?
I'm not sure, but she went out Monday and I ain't seen since. She's still down the arcade.
She's come back with 10 ton of teddy bears. Raymond says pine hoverflies have been conserved by the Highland Wildlife Park in fantastic numbers, but folk would rather hear about the giant pandas.
Very much so.
That's it. We should be hearing about both. I didn't even know that until Raymond said so. But I did know about the pandas. But the pandas are big. They're cute. They're aimed to be cute as well. We're programmed to accept the bigger mammals, the gorillas and stuff like that, as being beautiful creatures. But the small stuff we're not. We're kind of geared to fear them, I suppose.
Yeah. Look. Yeah.
Strogs. Dave, you told me you were getting rid of Camera Lady because you got my order wrong.
I did get
out
rid
of
of
that one.
No, I'm going to be totally honest now, guys. I'm going to have to be honest. I did get rid of her, and then I got hungry, so I called her back, and she's still here. And I learned a valuable lesson. If you're going to move them on after dinner, not before.
If you've ever seen Camera Lady with Dave at a show, you'll know Dave will never get rid of her. He is punching well above his weight. It's like, it's like a skinny kid having to go with Tyson. He's punching that far above his weight there.
I got to be honest, she takes good care of me.
Yeah, she's a lovely woman.
She looks after me well.
Hey, Greg, and giant pandas aren't even real pandas. The red panda is the true panda.
Yeah.
Oh, wrong one. Oh, sorry, Chris is doing it. Oh. Yeah.
They're pretty cool, red pandas. I've had the privilege of working with them. They could be cantankerous little buggers, to be fair. But they are cool.
2-minute warning.
Oh,
Till swear o'clock. So in 2 minutes' time, we do swear a little bit more. Not as much as what we have done on past streams because we calmed it down a lot. But we do swear. There could be a bit of adult content, a bit of adult jokes, that type of thing. So if you've got any kids watching, probably best to remove them from in front of the TV. If you do keep them there, it's on your head. But you've got the warning. Danielle, she's a keeper.
oh, most definitely. That's why I married her.
Matt McNeil says, Dave, sorry about your current predicament.
Yeah, it's one of those things, my friend. You know, these things are sent to try us, and as I said in the video, as much as it's quite traumatic, and there's lots of stress and things you don't really want to deal with, but you got to deal with. At the end of it all, we got some really exciting things to look forward to, and some things that I've been wanting to sort of open up and have a go at for a long time. So this is going to give me the excuse to get going, really. So yeah, it's got to look on the positive side.
Oh yeah. So what are these plans then, Dave? Is there anything that is there any little secrets that you're willing to let go? If it's all hush hush, obviously
we're going to it all comes down to finances, really. At the end of the day, as we were saying, wasn't it? Everything comes down to bloody money, and we were literally. I would actually like to move all of my spiders outside. I'd like to have everything outside, designated building. So that is the plan. That's where I'm hoping to go. But it will literally be down to finances because it needs to be a proper built building. I won't get away with a shed or anything. I need a proper thing. I've been down the shed route before, and I've done that, and I've done a converted garage as well. Done that, and they both work, but they both have drawbacks. So I'm lucky that I've tried other things in the past, so I've got a good idea of what I want and how I need to achieve it. It just really comes down to getting it really put into place and financing it. Really, that's the big thing, financing it. It won't be a cheap project. Our blues, yes, we have.
Before we get to that question, Dave, just while we're on about the finances, when are you going to start the channel memberships up on your page?
I haven't. Yeah, I haven't done a Patreon or anything like that. And I'll be honest, the only reason I haven't is because I'm a little bit uncomfortable with it in terms of I don't think I can give enough time and effort to something that someone is paying for, if you see what I mean. I'm probably not explaining myself right here, but it's if someone's going to donate X amount of money a month to the channel, and then obviously
£2-3 a month.
Yeah, I mean whatever it is. I mean it's like even normally you would give extras for those people, so they might get like private content or be whatever. I have thought about it, and I probably will do it, but I'm gonna wait until I can sort of do this more or less full time, because at the moment, as you know, my big thing, I have never got enough time for anything.
No,
I've never got enough time, and I would feel a little bit.
But also, there's a thing that if you start doing it, it may open a possibility that you can do this full time.
Yeah, I know. It's yeah, I get what you're saying, Chris. I'm not comfortable sort of like doing it because I don't feel I could give it 100%.
Hey, Mikey. Mikey is Mike Stark Jr. I find with if I didn't have the channel members, I wouldn't be able to withdraw anything from YouTube.
Yeah.
Yeah,
it is something that I would like to do.
You never know. You could have a lot of followers going, I'd like to pay £3 a month, so I know that the money's gone into something that day is producing, like the shed. I do a live stream once a month and just put extra stuff up on my community page to what's going on, and 15% off at Spar Spiders. You could, I think it'd open up, like Chris said, an avenue for you that you've not even thought about before.
Yeah, I've had lots of. It's funny actually, because when I put the video out on Thursday, I've had a lot of comments on the video, and it's all people like, have you got a patronage?
Yeah.
We want to help with your move and all this sort of stuff, and I appreciate it. I mean, I'm continuously blown away by the support that I get through the comments and things like this, and I am a bit old school, I suppose. It's and I'm a fussy bugger. When I pay a pound for something, I expect a pound's worth back. I
can see the expression on your face and the way you're sitting. It's very much like I want to get there on my own. I want to pay for everything myself. Very modest, and very honourable man, I think.
George just said, which is Dave Exotics. I get the impression, Dave, you're an all in or nothing person.
Yeah, I am, unfortunately. Through everything, You've only got to speak to my missus, and if I come home and I go, I've had an idea, she's like, oh my god, what the hell's he going to come out with now? Or we might even go out, and it could be anything, right? I used to be really big into birds, and I used to keep a lot of tropical birds and stuff like that. And if we go to a garden centre and there's a parrot or a starling or something, I go, oh, look at that. She's like, no, come away. But she knows if I just get that inkling, the next stage will be, can I have a little aviary in the garden? And it's like,
me.
It does sound like Chris, yeah.
It's like, you saw the project that I had.
Yeah.
I was like, I want to do that. Within 2 hours, I was like, oh, I found 3D printers. I'm going to fetch them.
It was crazy. Within 4 hours, he'd fetched them. Before we get to Dave's question, the buggery says, you've seen my buggering build, Dave. I can definitely help you out with ideas and suppliers. So they might have already been out and done a lot of the research that, with especially finance-wise, that you might be looking at doing in the near future.
Yeah, it's quite a minefield to. I've got a very local company to me, which I actually found out about through doing my own job. I literally went there to do some muckaway for them, and I saw their work and everything, and I was like, this is the sort of thing I need. But yeah, it's a scary project, I've got to admit.
Obviously, I know what you do for a living, so you should, hopefully, I would have thought, material-wise.
Yeah, we can get to, but this is another dilemma, right? I've when would we be? Maybe 10 years ago, I did work for myself, and I made animal enclosures, all timber stuff. So I used to do like anything from literally a rabbit hutch right the way up to big chicken enclosures, to house like 1,500 chickens or more. And we used to do everything in between, and played around with all sorts of stuff. But I used to do a lot of bespoke stuff, made a lot of ferret stuff. I used to do loads of ferret stuff, and just exciting designs and easy designs for people to work with and stuff. And we used to do all of that. And I built a couple of really big workshops and things like that for different people. And it's the biggest problem I've got at the moment is I could build this myself and do it myself, which would cut the cost down, but the time involved would be so much more. So I'm looking at getting a company in to actually build it for me. because then I can have it built within, say, 3 weeks. Whereas if I do it on my own, it's going to take me 3 months.
3 weeks? Have you not seen the ones that do full electric, windows, everything in about 3 days?
Yeah, I have seen it.
It's a foundation. As soon as if you've got to get a concrete plinth laid, then planning permission is going to take up to 6 weeks. Danielle says you've seen our stock room, so there's a little bit of inspiration.
Yeah, they got an amazing space. Absolutely amazing space.
Is it as big as what it looks like on TikTok?
It's bloody huge. It's huge. I mean, I can't explain how big it is. It's bloody big, massive.
The buggery. Have you got a link to it, or did you do a video on it? Apologies, I don't catch up with much videos at the moment because kids and there's the wife's had a bit of a health issue as well. So for the last 6 weeks, I've been literally my own channel. And that's about it. So I do apologise. Did you do a video on yours? If so, I'll get one of the moderators. No, still needs to do a video. I would have got one of the moderators to get the link and put it into the chat. So Dave Owen, thank you, Chris, for pulling that up. Says, all aside, how are the Sabar Blues getting on, Dave? And is there any spare for sale?
Yes, they're absolutely flying along. They're doing really well. They're selling well as well, so they are going. We should have some for Bristol, and but if you want to message me on Messenger, that's how I'm still all of our slings we took with us, so that I could sort of keep up with that. But I haven't actually sort of put much out about what slings we got available, purely because even just trying to sort out one or two order days in a week was proving a little bit awkward, because obviously I haven't got access to all the stuff that I had before. So before I would write down the orders as they came in, then I would print my own labels off and get it all done, and then I'd get them ready for the post. As we stand at the moment, I haven't got a printer because it went into storage, because we knew we would be hopping from one caravan to another. So we literally, the only thing I took was my computer, but I didn't take a printer or anything. So it now means that camera lady has to take the stuff to her work to print off the labels, which we then bring back and put on the boxes for the following day. And it all creates a little bit of a headache, to be honest. So I've sort of haven't really pushed the slings as such. I've let it all die down a little bit.
This is what makes the whole Portsmouth Tarantula, Danielle and Scott, looking after your collection even more amazing, because you both sell spiders. And traditionally, if one person sells something other than spiders, and then somebody else moves into the block, like 2 paper shops or 2 off license, 2 takeaways doing the same stuff, they're arguing. They've got their own little fan clubs and everything. But in this hobby, you know, I have seen a little bit of it, but not with Portsmouth, not with yourself, certainly not with Spa, because Spa's got so many good words to say about Danielle. It's unreal. This is what makes this whole community so unique and so special. You know, it really shows you that people, that when they do things like this, are more in it for the passion than what they are the money. You know,
I think it's very true what you're saying, because there is an element, you know, of a little bit of one-upmanship in certain areas, and a little bit of competition, you know. But I think the majority of people are just happy to do what they're doing. I'm certainly not in any competition with, say, Portsmouth Tarantulas. I mean, they're a well-established, big sort of outfit. They've got their own thing going on. And to be fair, I think it's one of them things where maybe, you know, in the future, we can actually help one another, you know. And the same with all the others. I mean, I do bits and pieces with Spa as well. You know, they've had mails off me, and I've bought slings and bits and pieces for them. You know, stuff that I'm interested in that they've got. I've
got Luke's electric blue mail at the moment.
Yeah, and I think, you know, this is one of the things. I think it's we can all help each other out, you know, and there's no there doesn't need to be a competition, because people will spend their money where they want to spend their money at the end of the day. And quite often we all have similar stock anyway, you know.
That's the bugger. The bugger is linked to his animal room that I've just put into chat. It's over on Facebook. Click that, go and have a look, go follow the page, and then obviously pop back. Dave, I mean, Spa have been incredible. I mean, Spa are local to me. Danielle's local to you. I mean, one night my radiator broke in here. That wasn't alive. It was a cold evening. So Luke, at 11 o'clock at night, put one in a taxi and sent it over.
Yeah.
The scout hut. We went and took a load of spiders and some bugs over to. I had to cancel the first time because I got let down. The second time, I just couldn't get anybody to give me a lift. Kris was going to drive like an hour to get here, take me, and then an hour back again. But his wife couldn't get any time off work. And Luke asked Daddy Spa. Daddy Spa said yes. Mate, we had the most amazing evening. Nobody got paid. None of that malarkey. We were just literally bugs out, kids.
Yeah.
Oh, it's just this. I mean, I've lost count how many favours this guy's done for me. I've just lost count now. You know, it's. I find it's also.
He's looking pretty haggard.
Sorry.
Yeah.
It's very much a case of like, you know, this hobby. It's not like I've done 2 favours for you, so you owe me one. There's none of that. It's like nobody keeps count of who owes what who where favours come into context. I mean, I've had you on lives hundreds of times, and you know, I've had at least 500-600 subscribers because of you. And not once have you ever said, Scott, you had me on that live. I got you 80 subscribers on that day. Can you do this, or can you do that, or can you put this there, or it's one of those hobbies where it's just like it's just nice to be nice.
Yeah, I think. Do you know what I mean? It's weird because I mean, I suppose in my work world, it's a pretty much it's quite. I suppose it's a male dominated thing, and it's still quite old school. My industry is still quite old school, where we get a little upset with one another every now and again, and we might grab each other once in a while. we're quite how do I put it? Tempers flare quite often, and we get a little excitable. Whereas in a lot of modern day working places, you wouldn't survive. You'd be sacked, or up against HR and all the rest of it. Well, like, who the fuck is HR? You know what I mean? You can piss off and all. So it's sort of
that's right.
old school men sort of thing, and I find it really refreshing to actually come onto things like and doing with a hobby and stuff like that. It's nice to see people just helping one another out. It's just a pleasant thing, and I'll go out of my way to help people if I can. It's as long as it people are just normal. There's always get the odd rotten apple that decides to sort of like throw a spanner in the works. I mean, I had someone recently, actually, only the other week, someone in the States, and they messaged me, and I sent them a list. They wanted a list of merch. So I sent them a list of merch, and then they came back and said, "I'm sorry, I won't be ordering because I don't believe it's you." I'm like, "Oh, I don't know how I can prove I'm me, but that's fine. That's fair enough. If that's how you feel, that's fine. That's not a problem." Left it like that and just said, "Oh, look, check out my Facebook if you're worried. Just look on there." And so they went off and done that. Then they come back and said, "Oh yeah, I'm happy now. It's you. Can we do an order?" I'm like, "Yes, we can do an order." Then they sent another message, which I didn't get to for probably until the next day. And all I got was an absolute barrage of abuse, And it was like, whoa, hang on a minute. I don't work for you, I actually work for a living as well. I'm not on this 24/7. And we ended up having words about it. And I was just sort of like, you are the rudest person I think I've ever spoken to. Kindly do one. Go away. I don't need people like you in my life.
It's when people go, "Oh, you do YouTube? Is that all you do?" It's like you can't. Not on 8,000 subscribers, you can't run a family.
No.
And
I don't know what genuine.
I bet you're not quite there on 80, to be honest.
No, you can't. I mean, it's like, you know, I still work full time. I still work full time.
A quick shout out to Chris Zoo on Wheels. If one of the moderators could put Chris's link into the comments, that would be absolutely unbelievable. Chris normally does a live every Friday. Me and Chris obviously swapped this week, and he's just gifted 5 channel memberships. So for the next 4 weeks, you guys that have been gifted those channel members, email Spar Spiders. Spar Spiders will give you a code. You then get 15% off for however long you hold your membership. But those went to Daniel at Portsmouth Tarantulas, Stu, Aaron Moon, Christopher Cunningham, and Claire at Aurora Exotics. Thank you, Chris. Appreciate that.
I say, if anyone is in the market for some loose spiders, give Danielle and Scott a shout at Portsmouth Tarantulas, because they got some cool stuff in at the minute.
There was a question earlier about link spiders. Have you got any for sale or?
No, not at the moment. My little breeding project, for some reason, they sort of like went in at a bit of a stalemate. And I've got, I think it's 1 or 2 females left, but they've gone to a friend of mine, another friend of mine who's got them. I just basically said to him, "Here, look, you take these on, you can have these, and see what they do. They may well drop an egg sac or 2." But yeah, I don't know. Last I heard, they haven't done anything, and I don't know anyone who's got any at the moment.
It's for link spiders. There's a bloke on Facebook called Chris Cox. I had 2 off him a few years ago. But for the more unusual type of spider, it's always they are a little bit overpriced in my opinion. But at the shows, a better price is Bugs UK. They've normally got all the more weirder stuff. But another one to keep an eye on at the moment, who I'm actually working for at the Bristol show, is Bugnut. So keep your eye out on those 2 sites. If you're looking for a little bit of a more unusual invert like a link spider, those 2 sites are always worth having a little look on. Got loads of new adult spiders in. If anybody wants any, don't we, Dave? You mean don't tell Dave?
I don't want the spiders. I want the eggshells. You keep the spiders.
Chris, Danielle closes on a Sunday, right? Dave's spiders are also there. In fact, right, Luke goes on holiday pretty soon, right? And I know the dates. So what we'll do is we'll hire 2 vans and we'll do them both at the same time. You can have all the exos, I'll have all the spiders.
Deal.
Yeah.
I'll send Dave a message in a couple of weeks asking him if he wants to buy a couple. Danielle has got some weird vinegaroons in. Danielle, have you got a male gigantus? The gigantus, they've got the massive pedipalps at the front.
Oh, very good, Daniel. Good to know.
Oh, she's in work this Sunday. Chris, we'll go night time. It'll be fine. Hi, Leah.
What was the molting thing we were talking about?
Yeah, so Dave, you best get and tag your exos with tracker plates.
That's not a bad idea, that.
I should imagine Danielle's place has got security up to the max with CCTV, all sorts, movement sensors. Luke's got a lot of family, so when he's on holiday, there's going to be people and a pair of massive, and I mean massive, Great Danes at his. So yeah, we're pretty much fucked. Me and Chris will come back missing limbs with no spiders. So that molting question, Dave, was from Amy, Amy's Web, and she had was it Marshelli pass away in a molt. And of course, if you put this question on Facebook and you say, "Oh, my Marshelli is passed away in a molt," everybody says, "Did you have a water dish in there? It wasn't dehydrated. You never get it water." Blah de blah de blah, and all this fucking bullshit, and it's the only story that you ever hear. What's your thoughts on why a spider could possibly get stuck in a molt?
I think there's a couple of things going on really, and it's a difficult thing, but I think generally speaking, a lot of spiders, this is where people go wrong. If they feel that when their spider's coming up for a molt, it'll be in pre-molt, and then what they do is they start soaking the enclosure. You know, because there's been this old wives' tale that, you know, you need to get your humidity up in the enclosure to aid a molt. Well, this isn't true. That's
what you hear all the time.
Yeah, what you're being told all the time. And I mean, this has been going on for years. And when I first mentioned this, some years back, I got absolutely hammered. You know, I just sort of got run out of town about it, you know. And it's literally like bloody. The thing is your spider molts internally, and that's why we call it an exoskeleton, because it's the outside skeleton which disappears. Now, what happens is your spider needs to be hydrated itself. Yeah. So it's no different to us. If you think of us, we don't take on outside water, so we hydrate by consuming water. Yeah. And then when we're dehydrated, they put us on a drip to get us back up to hydration. Yeah. So if you look at that in terms of a spider, he's getting, instead of a drip, your spider is getting hydrated through its food. So all the food and the water that it consumes is what gives your spider the ability to hydrate itself. Yeah, it's nothing to do with outside humidity. It doesn't work like that. When you see a spider molt, many times you'll pick that molt up and you'll see how brittle it is. If it was getting outside humidity, it wouldn't be brittle, would it?
Nope.
No, it would be there. So when a spider molts, what it does is it secretes a fluid, and I can't remember the name of the bloody fluid now.
It's almost like a lubrication, isn't it?
Yeah. Well, it secretes that between the exoskeleton and the actual spider itself, right? So this is why when you see a spider that first molts, it looks wet. That is because of the lubrication that is allowed out. And what it does is it pumps it between the exoskeleton and its new skeleton, and this is why it ends up all wet. Now I think this is where some of the confusion lies when we look at something what we call a wet molt, and I think that is misleading in itself, because I don't think a wet molt in the way that people understand it to be is actually happened. So I think a wet molt is a name for something that isn't actually what it suggests it is. Does that make sense?
Yeah, because a wet molt in my mind would suggest that there's too much moisture between the body and the exoskeleton as it molts. So therefore that spider's lost too much water into that exoskeleton.
Yeah. But 9 times out of 10, when you see a wet molt, it's normally clear of the molt. It's normally come out. It's just wet and it's died. Now, I don't believe, it's only my personal view, I don't believe that the actual the wetness is anything to do. I think the actual spider has molted, it's died. Because it's died, it's remained wet. It's not drying out. So normally what they do is they actually flex and they dry themselves. And they actually flex out and they fill their new skeleton with all the fluid. And this is all done on like a hydraulic system that the spider has. that in turn actually helps it to dry out. And you'll see all the hairs. If you watch them, you'll see the hairs spring up and they dry out all the time. If your spider is dead, it's not doing anything whatsoever. So all them hairs are just laying flat. It's got nothing in it. That hydraulic action is not taking place. So we now got something that we call a wet molt. Now, how that has come about is still a bit of a mystery. We don't really understand what that is. But I would rather suggest that maybe our spider has had, in human terms, a heart attack at the end of it and just not made it. It's just died. And this brings...
It's a lot of energy for a molt, isn't it? It's not,
Massive.
Our spiders, 99.9% of the time, if they're not breeding or if they're not looking for food, they're just in that one place. They're not doing much.
Yeah.
And then you put in, the spider's then going through the whole stress of, not only losing its molt, but theoretically, in my mind, it's trying to get out of a skin that's too tight for it as well as.
Yeah.
Because if I would think about it, it's like it's grown too much for the exoskeleton inside the exoskeleton. So it cracks its back, it starts pushing through it. But that exoskeleton, when you've still got all those fluids that are going to make the spider bigger when it comes out of the exoskeleton, are still inside that original exoskeleton.
Yeah. If you think of it in terms of anyone who goes to the gym, if you ain't been to the gym for a while, and then you decide, you see it on the internet all the time, don't you?
Yep.
You see these guys come out and they're big muscular guys and they've got little chicken legs. It's because they hate doing their legs. Because you know what? Legs are killers. It hurts. And the only way I can imagine it is if someone who doesn't work their legs all of a sudden goes in and does an hour working their legs. The next day they are in bloody agony. They put so much energy into doing that one thing that they're paying the price for it 24 hours later. With a spider, it's putting the same amount of sort of energy into trying to get out of that skin. So it's everything it's got has gone into doing that. And then what happens is, certain things, some of them die, some of them get through it. There's a whole number of reasons, but it brings us on to the next point, which I often get messages sent to me about, oh, my spider's died. I don't understand why.
And me. Yeah.
And the big thing that happens nowadays, and it has done for the last few years, is straight away people go, oh, that's DKS. Well, I've not met anyone yet.
Dyskinetic syndrome, which is the most annoying thing in the world because people think it's a spider illness or a virus, and it's not. DKS is a list of symptoms that a spider is demonstrating, and that spider doesn't have to demonstrate them all either. And Dave, I'm sick to the back teeth of hearing about that fucking thing as well.
It's like the problem is there's no one out there who's actually been constructively or can constructively explain to me what DKS is. Now, and I'm talking about people that are like researchers,
taxonomy.
Taxonomists that are high up in their fields. They cannot pinpoint what it is. So then you've got people that have got, new to the hobby. They got half a dozen spiders, but you know what? This one walked a bit funny, so it's got DKS. Now, everything that goes wrong is now pointing to DKS. I wish they'd scrub DKS off the planet because it's a load of bullshit as far as I'm concerned. I don't any weight at all. But what it does highlight is that it doesn't matter how well versed you are in the hobby, or how long you've been doing it, or how much you know, or even how much you think you know. What we've got to realise is we have taken an invert, which has got very basic needs to some extent, right? They've got very basic needs in which to keep them alive. Where the problem lies is that invert lives in a microclimate. Now, that microclimate is very difficult for us to comprehend and for us to try and recreate and do in an effective way. So we do the best that we can, and we provide what we think is the best that we can do. Now, the problem lies is within that microclimate, there is still 1,000,001 unanswered questions as to why a spider happens to do a certain thing. Now, one of the things that I've noticed over the last couple of years with my own stock and with other people's stock as well is when we're breeding our spiders. We breed our spiders, and then for no apparent reason, we're getting perfectly healthy females dying. Why is that? Why have we managed to keep this spider for 3-4 years in perfect health? Then we've bred it, we've got a sack off of it. It may have lived, it may have died. You know, if we're lucky and it's lived, we've done exactly the same thing again. We've got another sack later on, a year down the line or whatever. Then it's just died. Perfectly healthy spider. We don't know the answer.
Just think it might possibly be the fact that they are in an enclosure. And
I don't know. I think it's right. I'm gonna put something out there now to you all, and I'm probably going to get shot to pieces for it.
Dave, you're known for being controversial and for changing the hobby. So I think people respect what you're saying. So
I think one of the things that I've been playing with recently, for the last few years, is much of the information that we're getting, and this is regarding the age of spiders. Right now, we quite often hear people turn around and say, "Such and such brachypelma lived for 30 years." Well, yeah, I'm not really buying that myself. And then you look at sort of like avics, and they're saying average lifespan for a female avic or a versicolor, 12 to 15 years. Do you realise how bloody long that is?
How long? But the thing with age is very difficult because in the wild, how are you going to track a spider from sling to adult and then passing away? I have no idea. But so we can only monitor these things in the home. But let's say you got Joe Bloggs up the road, got his slings. He thinks, oh yeah, I've got 50 of these. I don't know, let's say T. Celedonia, because you know they're pricey. Got 50 of these T. Celadonias. I bought them as bulk. If I grow them on a bit and sell them, I'll make some more money. So I'll feed the little fuckers more often, turn the temperature up just a little bit, but then that has a knock-on effect to how long that spider lives over time. So somebody could say that this captive bred had their egg sac in October 2022. It's now October 2023. And look at the size of these. They're massive. But you don't know the history of the last 12 months. So you can't really effectively say, this spider I know, as long as everything's fine, will live for 15 years. It's virtually impossible. Going back to DKS, I think it's very strange because if a spider's got DKS, what people do is incubate it straight away. ICU type of thing. I did it the first time. The second time I didn't, and the second time the spider molted and it was fine. I increased the humidity a bit, but I did take the spider out of the enclosure, changed all the substrate, changed everything in there, cleaned it all down, disinfected it, reset it up, put it back in, and it eventually molted and it was fine. I think with a lot of DKS, I think a lot of people just assume it is a toxin or a chemical that's been brought into the enclosure that's then got into the spider's body. That's what I see a lot of people kind of mentioning on Facebook and talking about on Facebook and saying, oh yeah, it's a toxin that's got into the spider's system somehow, or it's a chemical, it's a household chemical. I personally don't fall for that chemical stuff because all my spiders are in the kitchen. So they'd all have DKS if that was the case, because I'll come in here, I'll spray deodorant on myself if I'm going to work. I'll wash in here if I'm going to work as well, because I don't wake everybody up upstairs. There's bleach in here. There's all sorts of stuff. There's all sorts of toxins, chemicals floating around in the air in this kitchen. And all my spiders are fine. But what I kind of think about with DKS is if you've got a pain and it's here, you feel it, it's out, you act differently. You walk in like this and you go, oh, that hurts, you know, and you're off to the doctors. The doctors can look at you, scan you. They can't look at a spider. So a spider can't turn around and say, Dave, I've got this pain and it's on the back of my carapace, you know. But because a spider's system is completely different to ours, that then might put that spider in a position where it's the DKS type syndrome. So I think it might be a spider getting ill, and that's a spider's shock reaction to whatever it is that's going on inside that body.
I think, unfortunately, every death, especially amongst beginners, is every death that they have gets the DKS pointed to them. You know, and it's just wrong. And as for this business about the bloody, what do you call it? Oh, crikey, you mentioned it a minute ago.
Toxins?
No. The putting them in a box.
ICU.
ICU. See what I mean? My brain's going.
It's just the stress of all this move, Dave. Don't worry. I understand. It's not because he's older than planet Earth itself, by the way, people. My eyes roll every time I hear someone say ICU. It's the worst thing you could ever bloody do to your spider. Is you take it out of its natural environment, which is its enclosure, and you stick it in a clear box with a white paper towel soaking wet on the floor. Stress the fucker out to max.
And you're like, what?
I'm glad you're saying it.
What are you doing? You know what I mean? And I've had people say to me, oh, I've done it. I'm like, put it back in its bloody box, for Christ's sake.
Yeah.
It doesn't, you want to be going the opposite way, you know? But 9 times out of 10, and this will be controversial as well, 9 times out of 10, doing nothing is better than what half of you are doing anyway, you know? Because the simple fact is, you have to ask yourself the question, right? For you to actually do something, yeah, you want to intervene to hopefully make things better. To intervene, you need to know what you're intervening with and what you're intervening for. And unfortunately, no one does. So what are you doing?
Yeah, I'm glad you're saying it. If I'd have said that, I would have been told to shut up. But I'm glad you've come forward and said that, because I'm with that.
The problem is,
if you're ill, the last thing you want to do is go from a comfy bed to your back garden. Do you know what I mean? You want to be in a comfy fucking bed. You don't want to be in unfamiliar surroundings, in unfamiliar temperatures, unfamiliar humidity. You can't hide. You can't hide away or any of that. That spider must be going through so much fucking stress. Danielle says, so I shouldn't put all your spiders in an ICU then, mate. I was trying to get Dave. I was trying to get Dave to swear.
No, please don't. No, I think it's the thing is, right, I get loads and loads of people asking me questions every day of the week. You know, this has happened, what should I do? That's happened, what should I do? And it's so difficult, because when you get down to the real raw thing of it, we know so little. We absolutely know so little. And it comes back to what I was saying before. We're taking an invert that has very basic needs. The problem is, its life is in a microclimate which is very intricate, you know, and it's not at all what we think it is. I don't care what people say. I don't think we know 1% of what goes on in that microclimate. So we are guessing and we are pissing in the wind an awful lot of the time as to trying to find out what's going on. And all we can do is work off of past successes and things like that. But even that doesn't always work true. You know, I mean, I've bred things exactly the same this year as I did last year, but nothing worked. And I'm like, what went wrong? What, you know what I mean? It worked last time. Why didn't it work this time? You know,
What's going
or you
on
might
there?
keep something in exactly the same way. I mean, I've done a video a little while ago actually on the Theraphosas, and I'd done the Sturmies, the Blondies, and the Apophyses. And I can't remember which. I think the video covered the Sturmies, and I basically kept them 4 different ways. And do you know what? Each and every one of them spiders still molted perfectly, still lived perfectly, fed perfectly, behaved perfectly. Some of them were kept bone dry, some of them were kept really wet, others were kept damp, and others I just alternated it as and when I felt like it. So they go really dry, then they go really wet, and then I just mucked about them, and I really played around. But you know what? The actual key factors was feeding and molting all were exactly the same. So what does that tell you about all of the different things you're supposed to be doing?
Do you think Asian spiders need as much moisture or as moisture dependent as what we think they are? Because I don't keep mine as moist or as damp as most people.
Well, this is another one that comes back to the humidity side of things. So you remember me saying in the videos a lot of the time,
your humidity
you can have
video was
high humidity, but you can have dry surroundings. So our Asian spiders actually do enjoy a relatively dry area in which to rest and, you know, do its thing, but it likes the humidity. The humidity within the thing is actually of a benefit to it. So it's used to being in a high humid environment, but it doesn't need to be. It's really difficult to explain it because it's like if you go to, say, for argument's sake, you go to Thailand. One of the things you hear about people saying in Thailand, their skin is always nice and soft and damp. You know, got that real soft, silky feel about it because the humidity in the air is keeping them damp.
Is this all your Thailand visits before camera lady? Are we on about talking about soft skin? Or,
We're not going to go
there. What happened in Thailand stays in Thailand.
That's it, yeah. But you can see the thing, you see. So like they benefit from it in that extreme, but they don't. Where people then go wrong is they think they need to keep everything really, really damp, and that's not the case. And it comes back again, like when you look at Theraphosa, you can look at Sturmies and Blondies. One of the things that we're told is they live in burrows that are really, really deep. So they go a long way down. Now, as soon as you go down below about 1 foot, 18 inches, it is a damn sight cooler down there than it ever is upstairs. And yet we're still told we need to be keeping them at high temperatures because they come from the Amazon jungle or wherever. So when you take these two very contradicting pieces of information, it's no wonder the whole hobby gets confused and disorientated with the whole thing. So you need to think about things in a logical way.
See, this is one of the reasons. You mean you know Martin Lees, obviously. This is one of the reasons I like to follow Martin on all his travels on Facebook, everything he does. I mean, yourself, he discovered the Tascanius. Well, in fact, he didn't. I asked him, and he said no. You know, nobody would know this. Everybody would just assume Martin and the rest of the crew found it. He said no, it was a bat scientist that actually discovered it, told them where it was, and then they went off and actually found it. But he puts the thermometer and the humidity meter straight down to the burrow, and he'll take a picture of it and like bump, and then he'll show you the outside temperature as well, which can be completely different. You know, you assume because annual temperatures are like 30 degrees that you keep that spider at 30 degrees. So when I do my care videos, I always say what the annual temperature is, what the actual spider's at, not the actual annual temperature of the country, unless it's terrestrial.
Yeah, it's really it's such a minefield, and the problem is like, well, many people are very black and white, and when you try and share information, they'll take it either black or they'll take it white. And what you got to remember is there's this massive grey area in between, and you've got to use a little bit of common sense. And I tend to look in everything in a really logical way. So if someone tells me something and I look at it logically and it don't appear to be like that, then I will often try and find my own way, because logic tells me that doesn't make any sense.
Yeah.
So there needs to be another answer. There's got to be another reason.
Well, before you, Dave, I mean, I fell into the what do you call it when you're following the old ways and you don't start looking at the new ones. So with species that burrow deep in the wild, I was keeping them deep in here. So I was looking at bucket enclosures like this and letting them go. And then I think it was our first live together. I said to you, I said, yeah, I criticised you when you crank out and crack and at the male. I was on the bandwagon of, it's because he only kept it in this much substrate. Mine's in this much substrate, by the way. But then you've had successful egg sacs from that crank cracker. Your fossorials live absolutely perfect. And it made me think that, hold on, we're creating a different environment here, different temperatures, different humidities. If that spider, Dave's doing it perfectly. If that spider can go down this far and find the same environment it does in the wild at this depth, then it doesn't need to go down that far.
No, your environment in your kitchen is totally different to the Amazon floor.
Yeah.
They're never going to be the same. And this is one of the things that we learned early on in the zoo world, is that it don't matter how hard you try, you will never, and make no doubt about it, you will never, ever replicate the wild.
No, impossible.
You may make something that looks a
like
little bit
it,
like the wild, but it ain't never going to replicate the wild. And the sooner you get your head away from trying to do that, the sooner you then start to understand what the key features are that you need to implement. And then you can then concentrate on them few key features and then make it work for what you need. But we still know so little about the world of a spider. It is a very complex, intricate thing in one aspect, but very, very basic in another. And it
does make me laugh when you see a setup and it's like, oh well, yeah, the soil's exactly the same as the Amazon rainforest where it's come from, and so are the plants. It's like the spider don't give a fuck what plants are in there, mate. It's not going to look at it and go, that don't come from my home. What the it don't give a fuck. It at the end of the day, what's outside of that burrow is more for us. If you've got moss in there, great. Retaining all that moisture down. But if you've got something else that goes across and does the same thing, happy fucking days. The spider still don't give a shit because it's down in its burrow. It wants that round burrow where it can chill out with a little bit of web coming out, so it knows what's going on the outside.
Yeah, all we're doing is we're using things to make an aesthetic thing to suit the purpose that we're trying to achieve, and that is it. That is all there is to it. And I think the sooner people grasp that, the more likely they're going to get to actually enjoy what they're doing.
Have you seen Rad's newest post on his page?
No.
Basically, he has Cochiana brunipes. Well, there won't be slings because obviously it's dwarf species. The body is less than a centimeter long. Mm-hmm. It's still in the wild, and it's made a phantom egg sac.
He's done what? Sorry,
made a phantom egg sac
in the wild.
Small, basically sling pot.
Wow.
Oh wow.
I mean, they are small, but that is small to have done that in a sling pot.
I know. Well, the body is less than a centimeter, so
that's incredible. I mean, this is again, this is one of the things. One of the things that we're still learning so much on is about the like the age of spiders, when they can breed and when they can't, and do all these different things. And I personally believe that all the information that we are working on, that we've had for the past 20, 30 years or more, most of
Dave's
it is
little beasties just put a sad face. Or what's that? Oh no, smiley face.
What?
Is that camera lady?
What's that? How did that come up? She on my camera? She's on my bloody laptop.
Camera lady is in the house. Hey, camera lady.
Oi, if you're listening in, I think I'll have to have a cup of tea.
If she's listening in, from what we were on about earlier, all three of us are fucked.
We're in trouble.
Nothing to do with me. I've been keeping quiet.
Let me just.
I'm surprised she's managed to keep this quiet this long.
Daryl has just become a channel member. Thank you so much, Daryl. Again, if you message Spar Spiders, I think it's at gmail.com. He will then give you a code, so you get 15% off at Spar Spiders. Make sure you get your code as well as. Well, really appreciate that, Daryl. Thank you, dude. You get once a month to do channel member only lives. Just give a little bit extra information out. So the borough, how we try and keep them in like absolutely perfect conditions. You know, moisture again, perfect soil, everything. I spoke to Christoph. So Christoph, well, you obviously you'll know Dave, but a lot of listening might not know. So it's more for those guys. So Christoph, which is a tarantula room, Emil, which is tarantula planet, I think it is, and Jakob actually discovered the burrow. So I was chatting to Christoph, and I said to him, I said, when you first come across the burrow, how did you find it? Where was it? All the rest of it. And he said, you know, we keep these burrows at home in pure. We keep the burrow at home in pure soil. You know, just soil, so it can burrow down nice and all the rest of it. Emil said the first burrow that he discovered, he seen the leg sticking out of a burrow. And this burrow was on a footpath in between rocks, roots, and all sorts of rubbish. He said his words were it burrowed in the shit, which is mind blowing because at home we like there's no rocks in our enclosures. There's nothing like that for him to get round. It's just really amazing how, you know, in the wild, if there's an obstacle or if there's something different going on, the spider adapts and gets around it. Where in the home, you know, we're like, oh no, we can't do that, we can't put that, can't use this, can't use that. Where in reality, the spider don't give a fuck as long as it can burrow through and make a nice burrow, and he's happy, and he's got the humidity or she's got the humidity it wants and the temperatures it wants. That spider's like, oh, I'm all right, yeah, you know. And we're like, oh, I haven't seen my burrow spider for 3 months. I better dig the little bastard up to make sure it's still alive. So that spider's down there giving it a bit of this, and the next thing it's got a fucking plastic spoon coming down. It's getting knocked out. Like,
I tell you, I often tell everyone, you know, not to get hung up on the numbers, because most of them have such a broad range. You can get away with so much, and this in some respects, this has been a good thing, and in other respects, it's the detrimental thing. This brings us back to like in the reptile trade. You know, years ago, people would be, you know, they'd be like, I don't know, say for argument's sake, they fancy getting a mangrove snake, which is classed as a sort of need to be experienced in what you're doing because they're not easy to look after. You know, they take a lot to establish them. So it's a different type of thing.
Still said now. Which is still preached now.
Yes, yeah. I mean, they're not dangerous snakes, but they are, because they're wild caught, they're difficult to acclimatise. So more die than actually live. So you need to know what you're at with them. But then you'll get someone come along and turn around and go, yeah, but I've been keeping you know, bearded dragons for years. I know all about reptiles. I know what I'm doing. I can get one of them. And you think to yourself, well, hang on a minute. Same with tortoises. Bearded dragons and tortoises, crikey, you could abuse one for the next 10 years and it will still bleed and live. You know, they are just adept at surviving. It doesn't mean you're any good at what you're doing. They just are very good at surviving. That is purely it. So it's like, and some of our spiders are very much the same way. Good night.
It's a strange one, because when it comes to true spiders, nobody really gives a damn as much about their environments as what we do with the tarantulas. And true spiders, they adapt to all sorts of stuff, all sorts of situations, all sorts of places. They are like almost a go anywhere animal. So it does amaze me when it comes down to spiders and we worry and we panic about everything. I mean, I haven't got a humidity meter up in any of my enclosures at all, because I'll spray, I'll drench the substrate or whatever I'm doing, or drench a corner, spill the water dish. I'll watch the water go down the outside of the enclosure all the way down to the bottom, and then I'll keep doing that maybe for one. It just depends what I'm with. But I've never bothered with humidity meters either. And I think, again, if you do, then you're going to be staring at them instead of looking at your spider, which defeats the object, really.
I think it's. I think what happens is it's probably a bit of misinformation, because true spiders generally are short-lived, whereas comes back to what we were saying earlier on. Many of the tarantulas we've been told over the years live 12, 15, 20 plus years. So when you get a tarantula that supposedly lives for 20 years, dies within 6 months of you having it, what on earth have I done wrong? These things live for 20 years.
That's why
your true spider, oh, well, yeah, we don't worry about that because they only live a season, so they die anyway. We'll get another one. And that's the kind of mentality. So I think it's the hobby has told us that these spiders should be living multiple years. The truth of the fact is, I don't think any of them live anywhere near as long as what we're led to believe they do. I really don't. And I've been doing this a long time, and I've had many spiders, and I've not had many that have gone out into the realms of what we're told is a normal lifespan.
I can't remember the species off the top of my head, but I know Luke's got one that's exceptionally old and about 10 years older than what it should be.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, if you've got an adult female and it dies, you do blame yourself.
Yeah.
But I mean, how many times I've had it a couple of times now. You buy an adult female, so it's an adult, and you think, oh no, it's died, but you don't know how long it's actually lived for, because people don't tell you that. They just say it's an adult female.
Yeah.
As well. So I think it unfortunately it's not going to be so much me and you, purely because of like age, but we could do with the younger generation getting a Grammostolia as a sling, getting a pokey as a sling, and actually keeping it for the full length of their life. Maybe we couldn't even do it across one though, could you, Dave? Because you'd have to have 10 of each species to actually get a good estimate of how long. Oh, May Ling's become a channel member. Thank you again. Our spiders, drop them an email.
Yeah, I think it's just such a difficult thing, Even from a single egg sac, you're going to get different ones. Some are going to live, some of them are going to die.
Daryl, what would you class a devil curtain web as? Apparently, it's not a true spider, but it's not a tarantula. Right. So tarantulas aren't actually tarantulas. So I get a lot of shit because anything that's commonly known as not a tarantula, on my channel anyway, I'll refer to as a true spider. You've got megalomorphs, which is I think that's a curtain web, and other classifications. So I like to say we've got tarantulas and we've got true spiders, because that, for me, in my brain, and I'm an idiot, makes it idiot proof. So we've got a distinction between the two. You can obviously expand more and more off that, because there's other families and all sorts that come down off it. But on my channel anyway, I like to say tarantulas, true spiders, because then we know where we're at. I don't know about you, Dave. I don't know if you go with that or what. I'll just find when I first started, it was a lot easier. I do get a few comments and I do get a little bit of shit every now and again by going, I've got this true spider, give it its scientific name, and people, get the odd comment, no, it's not a true spider, it's a megalomorph, or it's this or it's that. It's like, well, look at it this way: a true spider. The whole fact about calling it a true spider is a common name, just like using tarantula is virtually a common name, So I literally just refer to any spider that's not a tarantula as a true spider. There is different classifications. It really is like an almost hour-long video for that alone, to be honest.
As a generalization, it's
easier.
Fine. Yeah, it does make life a little easier, and I think it can get rather confusing, especially for beginners that are like very, very new to it all. It can get a little bit disorientating maybe, but I think it's one of them. I think it's like anything, if you end up going in a certain direction, you'll look to learn more about it, and you'll learn the true ins and outs. But as a generalization, I don't see any harm in it.
Is that £20 for an Emperor Scorpion? I'm talking to an exporter. Huh? If it's 20 quid for an Emperor, that's probably more than likely going to be a Spinnifer.
Where's that? I can't even see that.
It's just come up the Dark Haven. What did Danielle say? If you've got a little fingers crossed and a little look thing, what was happening there? I've paired up Dave's C. Sarley, so fingers crossed for some of them around soon. Some. My God, I bet she drops you 3 egg sacs before you even think about putting a male in again.
I hope so. She's a really, really big female. So yeah.
Again, they're a spider that when I did mine, I chatted to a few people. I know Jeremy's Wild World would do this. Leave the slings in together. And generally, the fittest of the fittest survive because they will eat each other. But what Jeremy said is that you've got more of a chance of more actually surviving that way.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I tend to do that with huntsmans. Just let them come in. But it's interesting, actually, that quite often or not, one thing I have noticed is quite often or not, they will actually perish rather than predate on one another, which is really, really strange.
Which again is survival of the fittest, so the stronger ones are surviving. But then the bodies are there if the others want to munch on them. But for me,
we've always been led to believe or told,
hey Jaden,
through the literature that they actually predate on one another and the fittest and strongest survive. That doesn't necessarily really show out. It doesn't show to be true, because I've done it with huntsmans. I've done it with things like the crab spiders. They're all the very same, and quite often or not, you will see the bodies, but they're not even feeding on them, and they can progressively die off. When you think to yourself, well, why the hell didn't you just eat your mate that was next to you dead? Well, why didn't you grab that skinny little runt there and eat him? But no, it used to die rather than do that. So it's a very, very strange thing, and I've seen it in slings of tarantulas as well, where if there's food available, they'll quite happily carry on and they'll feed and they'll do their own thing, and they're no trouble to one another at all. It's only until you start losing the food supply that they then start to go. But I've also had it with them where I've experimented and I've just watched like mass die-offs because they refuse to eat each other. So it's a really complex thing.
He has just mentioned something else, but Loz says at times as a new keeper, you could be scared of even keeping tarantulas because people can be quick to pass judgment on your efforts. Appreciate you guys and your candor. Scott's Inverts Army on Facebook, mate. Come and join that. I'm on there, obviously. Kris is on there. We've got a Discord chat and all sorts. Jaden, Mr. Gwynder's Creatures, who's in chat now, he's on there as well. There is no question too silly to ask. There is no, oh, you're a newbie, add more substrate now, none of that stuff. If we see something really bad, we will message you privately, because I think it should be done a lot of the time privately in a private message, then blasted all over, your Facebook and stuff like that. So pop along. The Dark then went on to say, I know exporters in Africa. Right. If you're not a professional seller with a license, do not even think about importing anything. A lot of the times, the ones in Africa are just after money, and you will receive nothing. The best thing to do if you want an African species is go see Danielle, go see Luke, go see Spider Shop or whatever it is. Is that phantom sack, Kris?
Yeah, fucking tiny.
That was tiny. I have got a really interesting subject for you in a minute, Dave. Oh, Dave, I know you don't have any, but do you have any AF via Celosa? I've got 14 mature males. So I think what we do is I want to talk about something else that again, chatting to Christoph, something that he spotted. I want to try and get your take on it as well, and then we'll invite anybody that wants to come up for a couple of minutes and ask Dave a couple of questions, or we'll do some questions for Dave in the comments. So I was chatting to Christoph, not really spoke to him much prior to BTS, seen him at the party at pre-drinks and pre-BTS drinks, if you like, when I had a chat with him. And we were on about humidities, and we're on about egg sacs and stuff like that. And he said in 14 years of keeping, he's only ever seen this once, but he's seen evidence of it. And that is a female with the egg sac, and what he saw was she put the fangs into the egg sac, and he panicked. He thought, "Oh no, she's going to munch the egg sac." He said it was late at night. He was just going around with a torch, and he said something in him told him don't pull the egg sac, so he didn't. He carried on watching this female. So what this female did was put a hole in the egg sac. She got her 2 front feet and put them both inside the egg sac. For about 30, 40 seconds, she pulled them back out and then put a thin layer of web back over that hole. Going on from that, he's never seen it happen before, but he has seen egg sacs where they've got a tiny little slit and a thin layer of webbing over. So we're under the assumption they were either maybe checking for humidity, or maybe seeing if the slings had come along far enough for them to go, right, yeah, I'll open the egg sac now. Or maybe it was just one of those freakish things that just happens once and nobody ever reports it ever again. But, we look at our spiders when they're on an egg sac once and we hide them away because we're that scared to look again in case they do like munch the egg sac. I'm just wondering, Dave, with the egg sacs you've had and the monitoring that you've done, have you ever seen any of that behaviour?
I've not seen them do that. I mean, obviously, the female spider will open the egg sac. She will literally physically open it when they're ready to go, because that is their only way out. They can't get out on their own. I mean, you'd have seen from my videos, it takes quite a bit of effort to actually open up an egg sac. You've got many layers of silk there to literally pull up. It's quite incredible how strong they are.
You pinch it. My first one, I was like, oh yeah, I know web. You can just do this and it will come apart. Yeah. And that was purely. I went to do that and it was like, this ain't coming apart. It's like fucking leather.
Yeah.
And then you cut it with a pair of scissors, and then there's another fucking load of web. You think, what the? Cut that one. Oh, there's the slings.
Yeah. So I think it's. Normally she will open that up. So she'll chew that up and open it up. As for sealing it back up again, that's quite interesting.
Oh, but because you produce more egg sacs, than especially especially compared to myself and what have you. Just wondering if you could have and Chris, because he produces quite a few now as well. Just have a quick look across, see if you can see that little slit that's been thinly webbed up.
Yeah, I've seen it before when I've left them in to hatch with mum, and I've actually seen them where they've literally opened them up, and quite often at night it's only like about that much. 9 times out of 10, it's only a small amount, and you can see where it's literally has been like cut open. It's not torn apart; it's literally cut open. But if you actually, it's the sealing it up again that's interesting to me. And I do wonder whether I wonder if maybe because sometimes it's weird. I've had some that have been really, really dry when you open them up, and I've had others that are quite damp.
How's it happened?
Both successful.
The egg sacs are waterproof.
Yeah, I mean it's a really, really interesting point. I mean, it's also as well when we think about like with egg sacs, and we think of like the female spider knowing exactly what it's doing. But why does a female spider, for argument's sake, carry a completely dried up egg sac around with her? She must know that there's nothing in there, surely. Or you'd think so. That's what you'd expect the answer to be. But we don't. She will carry that around until you take it away. Same as a phantom egg sac. They'll carry that around until it's no good. I mean, I left one of my krakens with an egg sac, and she held on to that. It was a phantom egg sac, and I knew for a fact it was phantom. She carried that for, I think it was something like about 16 weeks.
Wow.
And I took it off of her purely because she was deteriorating.
So that would suggest they've got like zero kind of knowledge of time.
Or maternal, do you know what I mean?
Or maternal instinct, yeah.
Yeah, you would sort of sit and think, well, why is that? And this is when I say, we know so little. We really do know so little. We're guessing all the time.
It would have been about 5 minutes ago, but now, but John says, I've finally got the courage to tell my wife about 3 tarantulas. She wasn't best pleased. I'll miss her. If you've got a non-supportive partner and you want another tarantula or anything like that, and you know she's going to go or he's going to go off their rocker, or the kids ain't going to like it, or whatever it is, if you message my page, I will send you an email that says you've won a competition. If that helps to blag them, I'll quite happily do that. Blame Scott's inverts. But if I can do anything like that, let me know, because I certainly will. Pretend that you've won a competition to get extra spiders in the house. Bang on. Perfect example of that is I pulled my Rufus sack and she was searching for it. I felt sorry for her, so I gave her the egg sac back. And 3 weeks later, she still has it, says Danielle.
Wow. That's mad. Yeah.
That is crazy. So we kind of covered quite a bit tonight that I wanted to ask you about. Is there any questions or anything that anybody's watching? Well, we've got Dave that you want to ask him. I think he's not moved. I think Camera Lady's in the house, right? She's got the spiders, and it's the summertime, and Dave's gone to his cross-dressing camping site for the duration of the summer, and he'll suddenly go back to his normal room and go, well, it all fell through, so we've moved back here.
I'll say, hurry up, because I've got a nudist party to go to in a minute.
Where is that, Dave? Just asking for a friend. Mal's just gone past. So, Mei Ling, Dave, you still kept me back a cheeky Sabah for the show, please. Are you going to the Bristol?
Of course.
Are you going to the Bristol show?
Yes.
Have you got a table there or?
Yep. We'll have a table.
Awesome.
Although this show, we're only going to have slings. We won't have no adult spiders or anything like that. It'll all be slings. And then, it was going to be too much trouble to try and, go back to Danielle's, pick up any of the adult stuff that I had for sale. So I'm just going to leave it all. I'm not going to even bother. We're just going to do the slings.
He's still taking merch.
Yeah, maybe there will be one there for you.
Calls you Shifu because you're the Spider Master. Dave, do you want me to bring the sacks, the slings that Danielle's pulled? Oh, what a woman.
Yes,
wow.
we had some Thai zebras. Yeah, we bred the Thai zebras.
Hey, Dave.
So well pleased with that. So they hatched out, and Danielle's sorted them all out. Unfortunately, our Sterophosa project has been put on hold at the moment until we get sorted out.
Nana's got bags of inverts and reptiles. Hey, Lizzie. Personal friendship is lovely. Dave, Little Beasties, do you have a video of pairing a Vicularia per pure?
No, we don't. No.
I have a Darlingi on the sack at the moment.
Nice.
Ooh.
Another one.
John says, what is the quickest growing species of tarantula?
Theraposa. Blondie.
For size, Theraposa, Lazadora parabama, that the bigger spiders. They're more impressive, aren't they, Dave, when they pop?
Yeah, they seem to have good jumps.
I mean, I suppose it depends what I keep looking over there because I've got the species electric blue. I've got her out. I'm going to try pairing her with Luke's male tonight, and I've got the male on top. And the male is gone up like this, and it's got his palps on the floor, giving little taps, and the female's half out of a burrow. So I think there might be a bit of the old jiggery poo going on tonight. Yeah,
he's talking to her. That's one of the ones actually that I have paired, and I'm just hoping it's going to drop.
My one dropped and ate the sack 3 days after.
Yeah, I had one eat a sack. That was within probably about a week or so. She ate it.
Bastards, them all.
I had an egg sack off the first time I paired them. I then gave the male to somebody else, but I followed another YouTuber's advice. It literally messaged him, and he said, "Literally drench the enclosure and do all this." And my egg sack failed because it was horrible. Electric blue.
Oh,
yeah. Dave's Little Beasties said I had loved to see the parents of my two babies, says Spiders on the Web. In the future, Dave, any chance of doing some videos on some dwarf species like the C. elegans?
Yes, I'm sure we can. Yep.
We've got a
few different dwarf ones.
Can you pair a female with 7 legs, or do you wait a few molts for it to grow back?
No, if she's old enough, pair her up.
Rack on, yeah.
A missing leg won't make any difference.
I've got a little thing for the dwarf species at the moment. My favourite dwarf is I hate calling them dwarfs as well because it's like there's the Davius pentalorus. I'm looking for a mature male for one at the moment.
Come to think of it, I had a friend with 1.5 legs, and he'd pair with anything with a heartbeat.
If I was missing the legs, I'd still be going at it with the enemy. It wouldn't. The Dark Haven. What about Scorpion projects? Oh yeah.
Again, we're hot on the heels with the Emperors. We're waiting for our juvies to grow up. Unfortunately, I lost my male. And for no apparent reason, I have no idea why. He looked super fit, looked absolutely great. And then when we were boxing stuff up to move, I literally opened his box, and there he was, flat out on the thing. I was like, bloody hell, I don't believe it. So,
I've got a scorpion project in mind, but I need a bit more cash before I can do it. But I've got rid of a lot of my heterometras because in the future, when we move, we're hoping to move this year. I'm going to go for DWA. I'm going to get my license and go down that route because there is some stunning, and I mean some absolutely stunning DWA species out there. With the DWA hobby, a lot of the DWA keepers are very, very quiet, very, they're not very, they don't put much out on social media in this country. But some of my friends have obviously got the DWA licenses and keep them, and they are just, wow, just will blow your mind. Marie over at Tarantula Canada, some of the stuff that she's got is just wow. Just out of this world. Her TikTok, some of the scorpions you just don't even think exist.
Oh, there's some very, very nice.
Hazel with Dark Blade. Oh, spiders on the web. That's not a question for me. Question about jumping spiders. Does anyone know how to know when the male and female are ready or old enough for pairing? Is Arona Exotic still in chat? If she is, then you've got the lady right there. Unless Leah's still here.
Your male should be obvious, the same as any other male.
Yeah, Leah.
Tell them exactly the same. Leah's
still here. Usual pets. I'm still here. Was running a bath to sit and watch. Leah, she says best to ask Claire. If you are watching, you're not subscribed up to Unusual Pets, give Leah a follow. She has got a lot now. She really has got a lot, Dave. A lot of reptiles and stuff like that.
Yeah.
I'm a little privy because I chat to Leah a lot and I chat to Terry, her husband, quite a lot. So a little earlier on today, I was chatting to Terry, and he's doing a big snake video. Literally, I've got this snake, this snake, this snake, this snake, and I'm looking forward to that one. Nice. Yeah, because. You know yourself. You keep a lot of spiders. It's like you don't have a lot of room for much else, do you?
Well, no. This is the thing, isn't it? This is the thing.
Oh, Naomi's got a T elbow that's molted out with tribal hooks. She says gutted. Why are you gutted? Because you've got a mature male, which means you can send it off to somebody that you trust, and please make sure that you trust them 100%. But then you can end up with 50-50 on a sack. Maybe you only want 5 or 10 of the slings back, but then you've got an additional spiders, and you've still got that male in those slings as well when you get them. So it will benefit the hobby further by you sending it off to get bred, unless you've got a female yourself.
Yeah, have a go yourself.
Mr. Grinler says, does anybody need a mature male Lazadora parabama? Just going back to jumping spiders, Leah says male is very easy to tell, and the female, the epigastric furrow will look like a shiny cat's bum hole. Claire's description. Danielle says female jumpers, you can see if they are sexually mature from the underside. Best to Google it, as I can't explain in 150 letters. So, yeah. Daniel Harben says, Spiders and Webs says, thanks. The male has emboli, just like tarantulas as well as. So, I mean, that's what I thought the male would have embolia, but then I haven't got much experience with jumpers, so.
I must admit, I don't tend to. They don't excite me. I get in a lot of trouble over jumping spiders. They just don't excite me.
Don't, Dave. Don't go there.
I don't want to. No. I'll end up getting hung, drawn, and quartered.
Yeah, oh. So you started it off now. Bad Dave.
Damn jumping spiders.
Hey, Philippa Fish. So Philippa Fish, he's got his DWA license and he's got Finatra. Brazilian wandering spiders, and
used to
they are.
When
you could.
Well, I used to keep them. I mean, the daft thing is, a lot of people get really, really excited about DWA, and half of the reason they get excited is because they can't have them. But when you actually get them, they're not a lot different to keep than many of the other things that you're already keeping. You know, they're very, very similar.
I don't know. With the spiders, yeah, fair enough. I've seen Philip's videos. Yeah, you get the legs go up, you get the dramatic takedowns like you do. With the scorpions, you go DWA, and it's literally like you've gone from Prime Army scorpions to Nike Air because the colours, the patterns are there. The aggressive takedowns. With our normal scorpions, they'll get their prey, and the stinger will come down and they'll look to see where they can put it in, and they'll put it in dead slow and all the rest of it. DWA, because they've got the smaller scorpions, smaller claws, their stinger's just like boom, and that's it. Game over, done.
It's exciting. We used to keep a lot of Lyorus, which are they're nice. They're a cool DWA. That's the Death Stalkers. And they have got very potent, very, very potent.
We had Saltaire Spiders. Hello, guys. Enjoying the chat while sitting in work. Oh, right. Hope all goes well with the move, Dave.
Thank you. Dave, thank you very much.
Have you still got Sun Beetle Spider Steve? Says my kids love ours, and it's all because of your video. What a compliment!
I don't actually have any at the moment.
What a compliment!
Yeah, that's really cool. It's absolutely amazing. They are something that once we get settled down again, they are. I will start up another little colony of them. Because they actually make a really nice exhibit.
Raymond Clint, yeah, they've got one of those smells. It's a bit like Marmite taste. You either love it or you hate it. I quite like it. Raymond said, just found a female agen from a male. How long, if any, should I wait to pair? Bear in mind, it's my first time pairing. When did the female last molt, Raymond?
That's the big question.
You need to know that I made the same mistakes when I first started breeding the odd little thing as well, as you do, you know. An area, Lawrence. I'm not the best at pronouncing names or anything. I'm not brilliant at reading either. So I do apologise if I pronounce your first name incorrectly. But she does say Tarantula Cat does a lot of jumping spider breeding. So going back to that question, if your jumper's male or female, check out Tarantula Cat's videos and you'll know precisely. With centipedes, you hold their arses and the sex organs pops out, says Bugs is Bugs. That's incorrect. Yeah, you have to use CO2 or drown a centipede, and you drown it in ice and water, and you gently massage the back where its bum is, and its sexual organs pop out. I highly advise that you don't do that. If you're going to get a centipede, don't worry about its sex. You know, how would you fucking feel if somebody put you in a bath of cold water with ice and then started squeezing your balls, or knocked you out and did it? It's just too dangerous. It's just I can't.
We used to when we were doing bigging with the centipedes, we used to knock them out with CO2, and then you can manipulate them. Go on, Jaden. Yeah, you can manipulate them, and it's quite easy to do when they're in CO2. I don't like the idea of drowning them or freezing cold water. I don't get that. No.
Hey, Bournemouth Bugs. That's a cool name. Yeah, she's not going back to Raymond with the Agen. She's not molted with me yet, but I was thinking of letting her molt, then give her 2 molts. Am I on the right track? You need to let her molt, yeah, but then my second question is, when did your male have its penultimate molt? So when did the male last molt? because you ideally, from chatting to Luke, you want the female to have molted, and then you want that male to be the oldest 3 months. After 3 months is when you start they're not as fertile, or the males start becoming infertile. Is that right, Dave? Or
depends. The larger spiders, they last longer. But ideally, what you want to get a molt from your female, and then normally what I do is I then wait anywhere between sort of 6 and 12 weeks, and then I introduce my males. The only time it changes is if for argument's sake, I might have one of my males mature that I haven't got a female, and then I will literally try and source a female, and then I don't worry about it. I literally just, as soon as I get her, I put her in, leave her for a week, then I bung him in with her, and I see what happens. And the theory behind that is that I will lose this male long before I end up getting a female ready. So I'll take a 50-50 gamble. Yeah, I'll take a chance and see what happens, because a chance is better than doing nothing. So that's it. But normally I would wait between 6 to 12 weeks.
Oh shit! Solitaire spiders. When I get in an ice bath and have my bum manipulated, I have got a safe word. Oh dear. Oh shit. Leah says I need cold water to get into this bath because Terry's done it too hot. Thinks Terry's trying to cook her. Oh dear. I can hear some songs coming in from the front room. So if you hear the enemy start singing, or the daughter, I do apologise. Apparently, I hope she's not watching. I fucking hope they're not watching because they can't sing. Yeah, if they're watching, I'm so fucking dead. It's unreal. But if you can imagine getting 2 cats and trying to drown them, that's kind of the situation, you know. You have to sit there and go. You just have to sit there and go, oh, yeah. Hey, Thomas. I'm going to post the link to the actual stream itself. So if you click on the link, you get to go to a pre-lobby before you actually go, yeah, I definitely want to join. But if you want to click that and actually come up and chat to Dave for a couple of minutes, you're more than welcome. It's easy to follow. You can do it on a phone. If me and Dave can do it, then anyone can do it. And a lot of the technical stuff that goes on in this stream is now controlled by Kris downstairs, which he's done me some different setouts for them when there's a few of us on, Dave. So if there's a few of us on, there's this one now. So you can have the 2 people that are chatting, and just some cool stuff he's done for me. And when we do the giveaways and stuff like that, he does all that bit because it confuses the crap out of me sometimes. Beforehand, when Kris went on the stream, he'd be messaging me going, "Yeah, go to this link and do this, and then you'll get the giveaway tool come up." And I'm like reading these messages going, I'm getting fucking old, because when I was a kid, I could do computers. You know what I mean? Now it's just like, and you do. I tell you, when you're a kid and you're doing computers in your younger years, it's easy. And you look at the old blokes and you go, why the fuck can't you do this, you old bastard? And when you are an old bastard, for some reason, it don't work, does it?
It won't be the first time I've thrown my laptop on the floor because I've got frustrated with it.
The amount of times I've done a job application today, right? And I've done it, yeah, and I've gone, oh yeah, right, and then it's chucked me off the site, and I've gone to this other bit where you can watch videos about it, and I've gone, huh? So I've gone back, and I've done the questionnaire and everything all again, and I've signed in, I've done everything again. Click send, and it's gone, you've already applied for this job. I'm like, for fuck's sake.
Yeah. It's crazy. I have zero patience for anything like that, I'm afraid.
Yonata says, what about an old bitch? Yeah, same. Luke says, Scott, I'm exactly the same. I don't mind because, you know, especially with like Layla, because I can teach Layla stuff and then she can also teach me stuff. Chris, it's a bit different. Chris is literally a brain box when it comes to anything. And this man's very, very underrated in the hobby, I think. Especially when it comes to his roach breeding and his spider breeding. Dave, yeah, he's fucking on it.
It'll be done.
Getting there.
Those enclosures that he's designed and building, literally the same day he got those 3D printers, within an hour or two, they were set up and they were printing out exactly what he wanted. So, how do you set them up, and then how do you design the bits that you want for it to spew out on a 3D printer? It's fucking beyond me. I don't know why they were. I don't know why they were deleted. Aaron, you can come up for 5 minutes.
Hello, hi.
Yeah,
Hi, Aaron. You
How's
okay?
everyone doing? That's all
Yeah,
right.
good. Thank you. Yourself.
Yeah,
Hey,
I've been
Moon.
all right. I've been all right, guys. Yeah, been doing good myself. Not
You're
bad.
looking well.
Yeah, yeah. So yeah, I'm doing all right. Yeah.
Are you coming to
Struggle for
Bristol?
computers in the past. Now I got.
Are you going to Bristol, Aaron?
I ain't got the time for Bristol. Too far away. It's too long way away from me.
When's your next one?
Be Brighton. I'll be,
Brighton.
Yeah, Brighton. Brighton will be most likely. Brighton. I'll be going to Brighton probably most likely.
Oh,
Definitely.
that's-
Aaron.
Yeah.
Aaron. Joe, your background's a travelling community.
Yeah.
Do you reckon we can accept Dave into that now? No, he's in a caravan now.
Oh, is he? Oh.
Could
Wait
he
a
be
minute,
accepted?
Is he in a trailer? Oh,
Yeah.
in one of them trailer thing, obviously. Yeah, caravan. Yeah, obviously. Yeah, yeah, yeah. I suppose so. We can set them to the traveller coach now.
There you go. Dave, official.
My third one in as many weeks.
Yeah,
I'm going to a new one next week.
yeah.
Yeah, another one. Yeah. I'm like Littlest Obo at the moment.
Yeah.
So you've gone full circle. You're back to being homeless again.
Yeah,
But just
pretty
a bit
much.
pocket this time.
Yeah.
Can't you go back to the first site you were in?
We will be next week. End of next week.
So basically, you're just rotating through
Yeah.
the 3 sites. Yeah.
Yeah.
Can I, Aaron? What questions have you got for Dave?
Yeah. Do you have any? Have you got any Balfour slings? Is there any you're selling at the minute? Are you got any for sale?
Yes.
Are you
Yeah,
got any for sale? Yeah.
yeah. We've
All
got
right.
plenty.
Yeah. All right then. Okay, that's all right, mate. Yeah, that's all right. Yeah.
Yeah, give me a shout if you want some.
Yeah. I was going to go on to Kris from the North, wasn't it? Kris from the North. I was going to try them, but then
Have a look.
I'll go
Have
with
a look
Dave.
round. Have a look around all the trusted sites, and then the ones that you trust, and then just see which one's cheapest. Which will probably be Dave.
I'll go with Dave. I'll go with Dave, obviously. Yeah. I want to get some off of him this time. I'll get some off of you this time, Dave. That's what I'm probably going to do. Yeah, I'll do that then. Yeah.
It's always nice to have a couple of spiders off somebody you know as well, isn't it?
Yeah.
And you
No,
watch.
we can look after you, Aaron.
Yeah, that's all right, mate. That's all right. Yeah. And how do I pay for them? Like, how do I transfer the money over?
That
What do I have
will
to
be
do?
sorted in a chat.
Yeah. If you send me a message,
Private
message
PM.
me and I'll give you all the details.
Yeah,
Right, Eric, I'm going to swap you for Yunata, which I've said her name wrong again.
Okay, that's all right. Yeah, I'll stay here.
Hello? Chris, how did you pronounce her name again? Sorry.
I have no idea.
Is it Yunata? Hello? Hello?
Juanita.
This is ground control to Major Tom. Hello? Okay. Juanita? Says Leah.
It's probably the mic not working. Do you think?
Could be.
Juanita, says Scott. Yeah, device is not connected.
Bournemouth Bugs.
Bournemouth Bugs.
Bournemouth Bugs.
Bournemouth Bugs. Just put the link down into the comments if you want to pop up and ask Dave a question. Tell your mossy.
What were you saying, Dave?
Dave, and tell your mossy frogs to shut up. They might listen to you. Huh?
What were you saying, Dave?
Is that Andy? Is that Andy?
I was just about to say they definitely know you.
Yeah. It might be my mate Andy because he's looking after him.
Ah.
I didn't realise he was calling himself Bournemouth Bugs. Ah.
I've got a little story to tell you quick, guys. So yeah.
Yes.
I got it said to be coming in the post, yeah. He came in the post yesterday. Said he came in the post yesterday. Yeah. So I'm trying to get in this box, yeah. It's gone running in the bath, yeah. It's just like literally just smashing its tail side to side. It's just swishing. It's going berserk. I'm trying to calm this thing down, trying to get in the box, yeah. It just keeps getting out of the box. It just kept running and running out the box. It was a nightmare to try and get it back in this box. It was a nightmare.
Sometimes you have to just leave them and then let them get tired. Thomas, young Thomas.
Yeah,
he's going to tell me off now, aren't you, Thomas, for doing a video of taxidermy?
Not taxidermy unless it's a spider, because it's the whole process.
He left me a rather nasty comment on my YouTube video.
I'm an internet troll.
It was taken with love, Thomas. It was taken.
An internet troublemaker. An internet troublemaker.
Yeah.
You, one of the most intelligent younger members of the community you'll ever meet is our Thomas. Young Jeffrey Dahmer, very famous for putting a squeaky toy in a dead mouse's head when he was doing a taxidermy on that. Had a taxidermy, a dead fox and all sorts, haven't you, Sunshine?
Yeah.
Very cool.
Isopod. You want to know how to breed any isopod? Thomas is the man.
I'm not sure I am the man. I've only had them for like a month, but I've kind of rapidly grown my collection.
And knowledge. Knowledge is incredible. Leah says you're just a little shit.
We had fun last night.
Oh, Pepper Lee. Just while the comments there, Pepper Lee says, Dave, how long can a curly hair adult female go without eating? Theirs has gone 4 months. What are you worried about?
Longer than that.
No problem. Yeah. As long as it's still maintaining good body size, I wouldn't worry.
I have a Simani female. She hasn't eaten for a year and a half, even longer than that now.
Yeah, a long time. That is.
Jim Reptile Jungle says, "Do you know any good places to get those mossy frogs from, Dave?"
Yeah, I've got loads. No one else has got any at the minute.
They're so cool.
Yeah, they are very, very cool. My mate who's looking after him, that is actually him at Bournemouth Bugs. My mate Andy. Very cool dude. Andy, put up the name of your photographic thing up in the questions, and maybe we can get a link up there for him.
Yeah.
If anyone
has he got an Instagram account, Dave?
I'm not 100% sure. I think he has actually. Yes.
Andy, put your Instagram name in. I'll ask one of the moderators to go get your link and drop it into the comments.
I saw those mossy frogs in 2019 in the wild.
Oh, brilliant!
Yeah, they're very cool.
Thomas
they are very cool. I like them a lot.
Packing for a trip over to Costa Rica. Not
Tomorrow.
that any of us tomorrow. Not that any of us are jealous of him going to Costa Rica at all.
Yeah,
little shit. You know,
that is a really, really cool place to go.
He's refused to put anything in boxes and send it back.
No, I've not.
Oh, right. Here we go. Okay, so we need a shipping container, Thomas.
Yep.
Could you imagine if that was legal? If Thomas could just, on his trip, just send us a ton of stuff? Oh, mate, I'd be very happy.
Quite cool.
Thomas, what's your questions for Dave?
I had a question about the Seriocosmus elegans.
Mm-hmm.
How do you know? And I guess this probably goes for most tarantulas. How do you know when they've matured? So it's my first spider. I've never had one before. It's nowhere near it, but I'm just wondering how you know when it's matured.
Holy
If it's a female,
the photographs what he has.
you can check through their molts, and then I normally go looking on the colour of the epigastric furrow. And when you see it starting to go dark, that's normally when they're ready to breed then. So you'll see them, they'll be much lighter in colour when they're immature.
Yeah.
And as they mature, they get darker and darker.
Very cool.
Yeah. It goes like a caramelized colour.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, wow.
That and size as well. You can tell a little bit of size.
Oh, wow.
I'll put it on the screen, Scott, in a minute.
Wow. Yeah. And his pictures, the Instagram link that Chris has just put up.
Oh, have you done it?
They are not. They are not. He is definitely not your normal. Let's get your phone out and take a few pictures.
This is
Hey, Mark. Hi, Victoria.
This is Aperture Attic, and if anyone's interested in doing like photo workshops and things like that, and he does all of that sort of thing, and he'll teach you how to get the best out of your camera. And you'll see the quality of his work is absolutely phenomenal.
That's incredible. How did he get that kingfisher shot? That is
tricks of the trade,
mate. These are incredible.
That's amazing. That is really good. That's really good pictures.
Now he will also. He's got a table at the next show, Bristol, isn't it?
Yeah, Bristol.
Yeah, he's going to have a table at Bristol. So make sure you all get over there, check him out. He does some really, really cool stuff, and he's really, really helpful as well. You know, if you want to learn the tricks of the trade, he's your man.
Andy, if I bring my camera, can you then give me some tips on what I'm doing with it, how to use it a bit better?
I'm sure he will.
Because those are just pictures were just absolutely amazing. Thomas, have you got any other questions for Dave?
I don't think so. You can feel free to take me off big screen.
Okay, certainly will. Yeah. Chaz?
Oi. Hello, Chaz.
Chaz, have you got any questions for Dave? That's why we've put the link out.
Chaz. It's the Chazinator.
Hold on, everyone.
Yeah.
I'll see you later.
All right, Chaz, see you in a bit.
Hi, Chaz. Ignore me packing. I've decided I'm just going to stay up. And it's only 3 hours or however long until I've got to go. So.
What happened to Chaz? Is he all right?
Oh. Scott advised taking the lens cap off. Do you have to do that, Danielle? The lens cap. Tell him for that comment. I'm going to hit him around the head with a cop cap and see how he feels. Bournemouth Bulls, definitely. We'll have a trial set up with some mantis at this show. We can set you up and have a play. Oh man!
Honestly, I tell you now, I can't emphasise it enough. Go and check out his stuff. Absolutely
We
amazing.
We will.
Fantastic.
Definitely we will.
Who in chat is going to the Bristol show? Yeah, Leah. Wait, is that Andy who was at the Weymouth show?
Yes.
Is Andy the one that does the photoshops at the shows? Because I've always apologise, Andy, because I'm usually like busy, so I end up filming a little bit and then shooting off somewhere else. Yeah, that was me. He says at the Weymouth show. Oh man, we're gonna have to go and have a chat with him. Thank you, Dave. Appreciate that one. Those
Very, very cool.
pictures on Instagram were just wow.
Honestly, you want to just sit there, get them up on full screen, and just flick through them. They're amazing.
They're sure
Fantastic. Also, as well, Andy and a couple of others are setting up a new a new invert show, and it's going to be for next year. And he has actually, if you ask him, he can put the link up for the new show. So if you want to have a look into it, if you want to stuff like that, it's going to be a brand new show. So and it's going to be
because we've got Thomas, obviously, Anton Rocker set a few new shows up. Phil and his parents are doing a new one in November, I think it is. Is it, Leah?
I think this one's going to be July.
When there's no shows in July, is there?
No, and that's the whole reason for it. It's going to be at that time.
Yeah. Well, Andy, if you private PM me, I'm happy to whack that all over my socials as well.
Yeah.
Yeah, Scott.
Yes, Aaron.
Is he all right? Is Chaz all right? He looked like he was a bit upset.
No, Chaz, like many of us, suffers with a bit of anxiety. So if his anxiety gets too much for him, he'll disappear. But I'd rather let him join and have a go than just say no, if that makes sense.
Yeah, I understand.
No, there is the Bristol shows in July.
It must be June.
It must be in June then. Oh yeah, Danielle says you mean June, Dave.
Yeah.
Jim's Reptile Jungle. Jim, you should follow the link and come up. Jim's got a wicked channel, some amazing reptiles. Do you have a dream species you plan to add to the collection that you haven't kept before? Apologies if it's already asked. I think it was asked about a year ago. I don't think it's been asked since then, has it, Dave?
No, probably not. Yeah, I don't know. All sorts of things. Actually, really, it all depends what's going on at the time.
Questions are really hard to answer.
June the 2nd is when it's going to be.
Awesome. Where's that one going to be?
That's going to be down my neck of the woods. So just outside Bournemouth.
I'll have to get down to that.
Yeah, it should be. I mean, it's looking to be a really good show. It's in the early stages at the moment, so we're looking, or they are looking for, people who want to do tables, basically get as much interest as possible between now and then. Because the first show's got to be a good show.
It'd be worth dropping Luke Spar Spiders a message.
Already done.
Is he going?
Yeah. Many of these are have already been spoken with, I believe.
They're only in Plymouth.
No, I don't know. I think when we was at the BTS, they did go around giving flyers to all the different stands and what have you. So hopefully there'll be some stuff. And then a bit closer to the time, we were hoping that we get everyone together and just put a big push out for it, and really try and get it out there.
But bugging at a Portsmouth. Sorry, Danielle. You know what I'm like.
Yeah, there you go. See, Danielle's down for six, maybe even 8 tables. That's the sort of support we need. Get some of these big sellers in there. Make it one of the best shows, because there is no shows down in the south really. So, are you
going to do a talk at that one, Dave?
A talk?
Yeah.
Oh, I don't know about that. I'm going to have a table or a couple.
I'm very sorry. Dropped. Did you just say there's no shows down south?
No,
There is the Brighton, but
Yeah, but
there's
like, you're a lot closer to like all of the like Bristol and Capital and that kind of show. Like we need just
you're in Scotland, so your south is going to be your south is literally anything near the Midlands is south.
Newcastle, innit?
No.
anything within a 4-hour drive is local, isn't it?
Yeah, pretty much. In fact, that only gives me 2 shows, which isn't fun.
Chaz said he did have a little bit of a moment. He's been really stressed with school and some other stuff, so he came off again. No worries, Chaz. No pressure. That goes for anybody. If anybody wants to pop on, and if you come on screen and you panic, don't worry about going again. It's no big deal, honestly. Rooster says we need more shows up here in Scotland. This once a year malarkey is a pain in the bum. You do. That is correct. Unfortunately, I have spoke with Lee about it, and Lee says basically it comes down to getting more people at the show in Scotland to give them a reason for putting another show in Scotland. 10 people in Scotland go into one show and saying we need another one isn't cost effective for everybody that's travelling a long way to get up there.
In 2 seconds.
Look, we can see all of Dave's dresses. I reckon that one there, that grey and black stripy one, I reckon he'll be wearing that one tonight. What do you reckon? Naomi Jones, I wish we had one up here in Newcastle. I would love a Cornwall show tap. You see, that is a cracking idea. Tell Scotland to turn the temperature up and we'll come to Daniel.
Well, as soon as I go to uni, I'm going down south.
Do you reckon?
The land of
I
ice.
think the white one. He's going to wear the white one.
Do you reckon Dave's got like the ladies' underwear and stuff in those drawers? His camera's lady still watching because she'll tell us. I reckon top drawers bras, the middle drawers is the ladies' knickers, and the bottom drawers the shoes. And then he's got the dresses. And what he's looking at, he's got his laptop on the makeup mirror.
Yeah, I will agree on that.
Well, I do think
is what's on the window.
Women's dresses. He probably doesn't know.
Is any of Dave's mates watching? Is there anything we can do when he comes back as a bit of a wind-up?
Yeah, I think
leave him on a big screen so he gets confused. Like, what the fuck? Where's everybody gone? Everybody quiet?
Leah says we need Welsh. Should we just go completely silent?
Yeah.
There's a Coventry show. There's BTS. We've got the best ones in the UK.
Oh, Theo, what's going on? What's going on here?
Oh. That was Chris's idea. He said we'll put it on big screen. None of us say anything for when he comes back.
So everyone's gone. Oh,
we left you alone. Sorry.
Yeah, LFA. There's quite a few in the Midlands, mate. If you drop me a message, like I said, I'm in Coventry. Chris is over in Birmingham. Or drop Chris a message.
We are the bald head gang.
Juanita is back again. She says she's only got a microphone, so we're going to try again. Yes, I have. Sorry, Chris. Chris is in charge of that. Sorry. Go on, try again. There we go. There we go. Hey, Juanita.
Hi there. How y'all doing today?
Hey,
Pretty good. Pretty good.
Aaron, you got more hair than I do.
I've had my hair shaved quite recently. It's been shaved. Yeah.
Well, so have I, but that also chemo does it too. But I got, since I started watching you, Dave, I got 5 tarantulas, and it's been helping.
Yeah.
But I have this little Versacolor, and it's in a mayonnaise jar, about this big. And it's at the top. And since I read that they don't like going down, I've been catching moths and stuff for it. Is that okay?
Yeah, it should be fine. So what do you mean? It's not going down to the floor?
No, it stays right up in its little web area, and it has molted twice since I've gotten it.
Oh, cool. Yeah. Well, I would take that as a sign that you're doing all right.
Well, that's good, because that's the one my husband picked for him, and the other 4 are mine.
No, I think all I do with my arboreal stuff is I just make sure I put a water dish up high, and then they're fine. They just leave them to it. Yeah, they'll be good as gold. But if that's molted out twice while you've had it, I'd say you're doing all right.
Well, I've been enjoying them. I got, years ago, I got, like Mexican or the rose hair. Yes. And they had no information besides use a cotton ball soaked in water and, all sorts of stupid things. And they all died on me. So I gave up on them until I started watching Dave. I fell onto his YouTube channel, and I started watching it. And so you're my hero, Dave. Even though you got more hair than I do.
Yeah, I ain't got a lot. No, I'm glad you're enjoying the content and that, and it's really nice to hear people taking bits and pieces on board. I'm glad it's all helpful.
I think I get more emotional than what Dave does hearing compliments for you, Dave.
Yeah. I think it's incredible. It's I mean, if we put the video out with the move on Thursday, and I can't believe the amount of comments that have been on it. It's just the support out there is just phenomenal. It's just amazing.
Well, I watched it earlier, your last one, Dave, and I wish you the best of luck of getting everything together. I know what it's like to buy a house. My husband and I did about 13 years ago, and it was a bit of a headache.
It certainly is. Yeah, I'll give you that. Yeah, it's stressful, but by the same token, it's exciting as well. We've got lots of things to look forward to.
Yeah, it's a whole different story when you buy your own home.
Yeah.
And I hope you all the best. I think Cameron Lady does great work, and I wish we could get a picture of her to see her and wave to her occasionally. But
we're still waiting for the t-shirts. We want Camera Lady t-shirts. I think we should just all get them printed off and go to a show, and all of us wear the Camera Lady t-shirts.
It's kind of hard for me to get to England. I'm in Tennessee.
You've got to come over.
We can always send merch abroad. That's not a problem. We can do that.
Well, don't mind, but I don't understand what's the difference between the exchange between your quids and pounds and all that other stuff to American dollar.
It's not. I think all I normally do with it is because we do everything through like PayPal normally, and it just all converts. So it's not a major problem.
There's a lot of love for you in the chat, Dave. A lot of people saying that they've got into spiders because of your videos. How do you pronounce your first name? So I'll make sure I get it right each week.
Juanita.
It is Juanita.
Right.
Wicked.
I was right.
Wicked.
And the last name is Voorhees, as in Jason in Friday the 13th.
Awesome. Awesome. Very
So
jealous.
if you don't do me right, I'll send him after you. He's my brother-in-law.
Dave will do you right. Don't worry about that one, Eater. You mentioned the chemo. How's that going? If you don't mind me asking.
Oh, going great. I don't have any chemo problems besides the loss of hair, and I'm rocking it. I won't wear a wig or those little funky hair things, and so I don't mind not having hair. At 67, who cares about hair or any other things like that?
I love your attitude.
How much has your spiders and the videos kind of meant to you while you were?
They've helped a lot because they help. I can watch I have a the Goliath pink toad that's my larger of the two Goliath types, the bird eaters, and she's about 3.5, 4 inches big, but she's all legs right now, and she digs down into the thing that I have, and she does really great. She's in this kind of a container, and she does really good in it. I have a 10-gallon tank that I have split up. So when she gets a little bit bigger, she'll go into one half of it. And when she gets a lot bigger, she'll be in part of a 35-gallon tank. I'm splitting it up in two for two of the bird eaters I have. I'm hoping it be big enough for them.
Trond has just put another 200 Norwegian knock onto the chat. Trond, dude, thank you so much. He says you guys don't get to complain about the lack of shows. Where I am, there's no invert shows. The UK shows are 5 to 6 hours and £600 to £700 in travel. He's coming over to the Bristol show, so he's spending £600 to £700 to come over. He does get to see his other half though. Juanita, how much would it cost you to get from the USA to here? What part of what part of?
Have you ever heard the song Chattanooga Choo Choo?
No.
Okay, it's an old song and it was pretty big back in the day. But I'm outside of Chattanooga, Tennessee, and that's in the southeast. And I have no idea how much it would cost to get over there.
Bug says you sound like such a strong person.
Mm.
Well, thank you. I try to be.
Attitude.
Yeah,
absolutely great attitude.
I'm blown away. I hate to keep referring to it because I suppose everybody always was Juanita, but my word, you just literally own it. You absolutely own it.
Struggs, I'm sorry. Hugs to you and your mom. Give her a hug for me.
I missed a comment. What did he say?
He says that his mother of 77 years has been diagnosed with terminal cancer, and she doesn't give a shit. But still give her a hug for me. I see so many people with terminal cancer when I go in for my chemos every week right now. And all I can do is try to be, I'm trying to be strong for my family and everybody. And I don't really, I hate to say it, I don't give much of a damn about this. It's just a bump in the road. And when I go for surgery, I'm going to be more flat-chested than you, Dave.
I don't think it matters. I think you're fucking amazing. Just in that short period that you've been on, isn't it, Dave?
Yeah, absolutely.
Solitaire Spider said we should do a crowdfund, like GoFundMe for Juanita to come over to next year's BTS.
Oh, I would love that.
So am I. I will certainly kickstart that off.
I would love to come over and say hi and get hugs from you all.
Oh, most definitely.
Juanita, Pepper Lee says she's in Ohio. Hold on, Aaron. Pepper says she's over in Ohio, Juanita.
Oh, I know. That's just barely north of me. It's a couple of states above me.
You see, Strog says, Juanita, I'm more worried about than what she is. I think that's just generally women are stronger than men. Men shit
Well,
themselves
also,
every given second. Women just take it in their stride.
And it's your mama, and that's a whole big different story.
Oh,
When it's yourself, it's one thing, but when it's your mother, a child, a spouse, a sibling, it's a whole different thing.
Saltire says, Raymond says, Juanita, you're an absolute gorgeous lady. Sending you massive hugs.
Well, thank you, Raymond. I hope you're old enough to give me hugs.
If you come to the UK, I think you'll get quite a few. I'll be in that queue.
Cool. I love hugs.
Dave will. You might have to fight Camera Lady off, but you'll be all right.
I'll give her a hug too.
We might be able to hold her back for a couple of seconds.
Well, I'll give her a hug first.
We do like a hug.
Raymond says he's 51.
You're a baby, Raymond. I'm 67.
Philip says, I think Juanita is an awesome person, such an inspiration to a lot of people. Yeah, I feel very privileged that you've popped on.
Well, thank you, gentlemen. And ladies, whoever, besides Camera Lady hiding in the background. Y'all are inspiration to me. You guys do a lot of good work. You teach people about the beauty of what most people think is something horrible. They're actually, a lot of people are so afraid of these things that it's, crazy. And I understand that because when I first started with getting spiders, I was a bit afraid of them. But I can't see these things as spiders anymore. Spiders are those little things that run around the house and outside. These are not spiders. These are just big, hairy pets.
Yeah, I had a question just quick. One of my family members did have cancer and they died from it. Terrible. It's horrible, cancer is.
Well,
I don't even like talking about it.
It's like Juanita is, right? If you get it, fuck it, kick it in the bollocks and carry on doing what you're doing and don't give a fuck about anything. I
had breast cancer. I don't have one of the worst cancers. I don't have like colon cancer or liver cancer or anything like that. Breast cancer is really one of the easier ones to take care of, especially if they get caught early enough and if they're not in certain places like in the ducts and all. So I'm lucky with this. I had a sister that passed away a couple of years ago from bone cancer, so I understand, how good I have it.
My mom and grandma both had breast cancer, and they're both absolutely fine today. So
Saltire Spider says, Auntie Mary Walters, we all know who she is now. We'll look after Juanita when you come over. CNL Fangs, absolutely love you, Juanita. Keep being as strong as you are. Can you do me one quick favour?
Sure.
Juanita? Could you lean back and just cross your arms like that? Do we think we have Dave and his long lost sister on screen? Do you think we've got the twins?
Oh, I love it. I think you have a brother, Dave, any day.
Also, one of my one of my nan's best friends died of cancer as well. One of my nan's friends died of it as well.
I'll tell you what, Aaron. Can we all just say "fuck you, cancer"?
Yeah,
fuck you to cancer.
Yeah.
Come on, Dave.
Yeah, definite fuck you to cancer.
Yeah,
Chris,
fuck you to cancer.
Yeah.
Thomas, I know you're only 17. Anyway.
Yes. Okay.
It has destroyed too many families.
And everybody in chat, just put "fuck you to cancer." I know, and there was a lady that was in chat earlier that's affected because of a family member. I won't mention who it is or who they are. But yeah, fuck you to cancer. Look at that.
I respect anybody and everyone that has fought it
Night, Raymond.
whether they have died from it or still going strong, they're all warriors and survivors, and the families that are from them are also warriors and fighters because they're fighting alongside their families and everything. And without our families, it'd be a lot harder. So you help your family.
Family is very important.
And if you don't have, it's awfully hard not to go on if you don't have something to go hold on to. And I have my husband, I have my family, I got grandkids,
Everything to live for.
And if you're watching, and family don't necessarily mean blood. If you're part of our community, you are already family.
No,
I mean,
that has nothing to do with family.
Chris and Leah's in chat at the moment, and Chris is obviously on screen. I classify those as family. Thomas is slowly creeping into that category. Dave's obviously Uncle Dave. Dave's already family. It's very strange because friends in the hobby aren't friends, are they? They are literally family members. So what I'm trying to say is, if you think that you haven't got any family, you have with us lot anyway. So you can't never say that.
Does not have anything to do with family. I have too many family members that have my latest granddaughter, my only granddaughter that I have, is not blood to me, but she is much as my granddaughters as my grandsons.
My daughter is my stepdaughter. Don't ever call her my stepdaughter. She is me. That's it. I love her to bits.
It doesn't matter. Blood doesn't count.
I've also got another secret that I've never told anybody. Everybody says Leo looks just like his dad, referring to me. Leo's not actually mine. Either. I've got two children that are step, but are they fuck? They are mine. End of story.
They are your children. It doesn't matter.
And I married the mum last year, so that sealed it. When we get a little bit of cash behind us, I'm going to do the adoption for both of them to seal it.
Well, if you wind up having a little girl, you could name it after me.
The wife.
That's not going to happen, right?
The wife's just had both tubes tied because with the two boys, one's with the autism and high functioning ADHD, that we couldn't cope with another one, and the wife's just had coming into 7 weeks of an experience which I'm not going to talk about because she has not given me permission to talk about it yet. So she because of that won't be happening.
Well, give your babies a hug for me.
I certainly will.
Babies are wonderful.
I have autism too. I'm autistic too.
Layla is more your daughter than Tara. That girl is your personality. She was tall and she was scared. She was scared. I kicked her off basically. But, yeah. I'll adopt you, Moo. Erin's autistic. That is another thing with the channel. We support anybody from everywhere. It makes no difference. Autism, whatever it is.
Babies are babies.
I don't discriminate. If Dave come on and suddenly had a pair of tits and wanted to be called Dave Etta, I'd call him Dave Etta, and that'd be that. Mental health and stuff like that. More than welcome on this channel. More than welcome. And on Dave's.
Oh yeah.
We've all been through shit, done shit. Who gives a shit?
Well, my granddaughter, the granddaughter I have is from my son, who is gay with his partner, and it's kind of a weird story, but he's the one that got me the granddaughter. So, yeah, I don't have a problem. Life goes on, and love is love, and why worry about any of that?
Leah says, I want Scott to be my daddy. Wait, that's different. Yeah, my other half, who were married, she's bisexual, right? So a couple of my friends were like, "Oh, but that means she'll want you, but then she'll have an affair with a woman." And I'm like, "No, it means she'll fall in love with the man or a woman, and she'll be with them, and that's it.
Yeah.
There's no difference. It's like she's with me. I don't. If she wants to walk down the street and there's a woman on the other side of the road and she thinks, what? If she wants to look, it doesn't bother me. If there's a guy over the other side of the road, all I see is good looking. If she don't look, I will find that a bit like, what? Why haven't you just like, had a quick look? It doesn't. I don't get jealous. She knows that. I don't give two fucks about stuff like that because I think it's only natural. Whoever you're attracted to, if you don't have a quick look, then there's something wrong going on,
Yeah, you have two eyes that you can see with and appreciate, and whether you go after it or not that's your decision.
You
But
can look what you can't touch.
Davina's little beasties. Davina's little breasties.
Oh yeah, Chris.
And it doesn't help that
Are we in the exact same day? Exact same chair. I got a chair like yours.
I think
to me, it didn't hurt to watch Dave, who to me is a good-looking man.
I was just about to say, Juanita, I'm sure most of the chat have got a little eye for Dave. I was going to say, what do you reckon, Juanita?
So I can appreciate a good-looking man, and hair doesn't matter to me, on top of the head, because it's what's in the head matters. Even though you got cute hair, what's your name? Jungle Love?
Oh, me. Yeah. Hi.
Juanita, Jungle Left is 17.
I am.
So we've got to be careful around young Thomas.
He's 17?
He's only 17.
He can't be 17. He looks more like 13. He's a cute kid.
Emotional damage.
You're a cute kid. Do you have a girlfriend, boyfriend?
I'm not gonna mention on stream.
Fair enough, Thomas. Better. Yeah. Bugsy says yes. Dave is hot. Chris is not. We're not talking about Chris because Chris is too good looking for his own good. I'm just going to swap Chris for Dave for a second, Juanita. Look, Chris is everybody's nemesis. If I was single, I would be so annoyed with him because every bird would be running to him. Look, what do you reckon?
He is adorable. He's a cutie. But I still prefer Dave over something that's a baby. And Scott, you're adorable too. I love the beard.
Thank you. It's my oh my god! I don't want. I'll just say, what I'm like. I like to call it my clit tickler.
Okay. That doesn't bother me a bit either. And
is that what we search into Amazon if we want to find it?
I will.
Is that like the color of the hair that you buy?
Just close your ears for a second. Juanita, I spoke to camera lady at a show, right? And I said to her, you're much better looking than what Dave is. He's punching above his weight. You're a lot younger than him. You look 10 years younger than your actual age. What is it that you find attractive? What attracted you to Dave in the first place? Do you know what she said?
What?
It's because he's got a massive cock. That's what she said. That's what she said.
I'm the witness.
You're supposed to know all my secrets out.
God's honest truth. That's what camera lady said. I literally can't over.
Oi, look at that.
Oh.
Where are you going to the airport?
I'm going to get back to my chair.
Right, guys. It's been a pleasure, but I really need to pack my suitcase, work tomorrow, and then leave for the airport at 3 a.m. Night, everybody.
I'm also leaving for the airport at 3 a.m.
Good night, buddy.
Have a safe trip.
I wonder if Danielle's going to Costa Rica. You're going to the airport at 3 a.m. in the morning, Thomas. It's 11:30.
My plan is just to stay up.
No.
Because
no.
the way sleep cycles work, that last 3 hours isn't going to give me that much benefit. So I may as well just stay
Right,
up.
Danielle.
And then I'll leave at 3.
Safety early.
Yeah,
for a flight to
Danielle.
Frankfurt.
Danielle, hopefully you're still watching, but night, and thank you from everybody in the community for supporting Dave and helping him out, and making sure everything is bang on. Honestly, I think there's probably 80,000 people saying thank you right now.
Yeah.
No, Danielle.
Don't forget our other half, Scott.
Scott,
And the
I think
team, they've done an incredible job. Still are doing an incredible job.
Scott,
And
I think
if
that's a
you
lie.
want to
Haven't
make
you
them
seen
even
Dave
more
in
busy,
short?
yeah?
I haven't. No.
Yeah, and if you want
But
to make them
guys,
even more busy, go
my
on their
chair's
website
better.
and buy something.
What
So
was
you know
that?
how you all call me posh.
My chair's
Oh,
better
good
than
night,
Chris's.
see you now.
You know how you all call me posh.
Yes.
Somebody's just posted on the Costa Rica group chat. I'm so scared. I'm so nervous. Do they have avocados readily accessible there? What the fuck, love? Like,
Avocados are lovely. There's a big thing about how you shouldn't eat them and all the rest of it because of how they get here. But I like avocados.
yeah, but avocados are like semi-native to Costa Rica. Well, more Mexico, but
I've got
From all over. They're great.
That's got fruit and veg from all over the world. The enemy is a bit. I like to buy it all and try it all.
Mexico.
Oh, spiders on the web. I'm off as well. I work in the morning. Bye everyone. Love to have seen you all. Leah's just getting out of the bath. Calm down, people. Calm down. Calm down.
What the hell are you going on about? What?
Oh, Danielle's off to Poland.
very nice.
My pleasure, Mikey, Tony, and Harry. She says.
I've
Good
got
night, everybody.
7-hour
Y'all
layover.
have good dreams and
tomorrow.
safe trips and good days at work.
I've got a 7-hour layover in Frankfurt tomorrow. I'm not looking forward to it.
Go to
Are
sleep
you
in one of
allowed
the seats.
out of the airport?
Yeah. So I've got
So
7 hours in the airport and then a 12-hour flight.
how far away is the nearest town from Frankfurt Airport?
Well, it'd be Frankfurt, and it's about an hour, but then you've got to like re-security check in.
Yeah.
So
no
there's not
point.
really much point. Like, if you had like 10 hours, you could probably sneak a wee bit in Frankfurt, but I just don't really have time.
So you could sleep in Frankfurt for a couple of hours.
Yeah,
and
that's
then
the plan.
and then
I've
see
booked
and
a
see if
room.
there's. Hey.
I've booked a bed in Frankfurt Airport. You can buy like sleepy things, sleepy rooms.
Are they
cool.
proper rooms or are they the capsules?
Proper. Well, it's like a capsule thing. It's just got a bed in it. So I've got 3 hours of that tomorrow. That's why I'm not too fussed. Well, today I think. I don't know. I'm not checking the time. So that's why I'm
Sorry,
not too
Chris.
fussed about sleeping now. And then I've got the
You will
12-hour
be.
seat. Although I'm the aisle, so I don't even get to look out the window.
Hi, Trond.
Hello.
Thank you so much for those donations, dude. Appreciate it, especially with your
No
Bristol
worries.
trip.
No
Um,
worries.
Have you got any questions for Dave? Just going to swap you on these for a sec.
Do. So,
Hello.
Dave. Hello.
Hello, buddy. You all right?
Being the scorpion lover I am, it obviously has to do with scorpions.
That's an understatement.
It's been a while since I saw that video, but you were talking about some breeding projects with some scorpions you had.
Yeah, we were hoping to breed our emperor scorpions.
Yeah.
And then I've got an adult female that's looking gravid.
Nice.
We're not 100% sure. And then we've got my male, unfortunately, died a few weeks ago for no apparent reason, just turned up dead. And then I've got 3 or 4 young juvies, which are just growing on. So, yeah, once we can sex them, we'll find out what we got. But it's more of a project for next year, really.
Yeah.
We'll see, because as with everything with scorpions, everything takes forever. It's
sadly.
nothing happens quick with them. So yeah, it's all a bit slow, but yeah, looking forward to it. And they're not a bad one to sort of breed, really. They're relatively easy, so we'll have a bit of fun with them.
Because I remember you had also the flat rock.
Yes. Yep. Yeah, we have.
Do you have any plans to breed them, or?
Possibly. It all depends on what comes around. I'm not even sure what sex my one is, actually. To be fair, I can't remember now. Yeah, I need to sex it, and then it'll be more of a case of waiting until the next sort of because they get imported on regular sort of times, so it'll be waiting for another import, and then try and pick up the opposite sex, and maybe have a go. Then they're not bred in the UK very often, actually.
No,
sorry. And what species
why I'm
was that?
wondering, because they're really hard to get a hold of.
Yeah, the flat rock scorpions, Scott.
So we meet again, everybody.
Yeah, I think the if we
Yeah.
can break that, cool.
It'd be worth having a quick look on Bugnut's table because I know they've got 1,000 scorpions hopefully coming in before the show.
Yeah, that was it was Bugnut. Oh, excuse me, where my one originally came from, I think. Yeah, I believe it came from there originally. Although I got it from someone else. It came from there originally.
Emily says topless, Scott. Emily, I'll go topless if you do. Well,
Yeah, hey, Scott, you see
I
that?
won't send bottom pics because my name's not Robbie.
Look, I'm a pussy
No,
cat.
I've had it up to here with it now, Dave. I don't give a shit no more.
What's going on there? I've missed all this.
He was sending dick pics out unsolicited, weren't he? To
I heard about that. Yeah.
Yeah, but now he's set up in the reptile hobby now and put an advert out on Morph Market. And one of my friends that he sent messages to was going to message that advert about the snake that he had for sale.
Right.
Until I told her who it was, and she was like, "I'm so glad." She says, "I wouldn't have known what to do." And I said, "Well, I'm glad you're aware of now. You know who it is." Adam
Can you hear me?
Yes,
Can you hear my mic?
Adam Colony is asking people. My lights are fucking up. Are asking any women that were affected to message Morph Market so we can get the advert taken down.
Oh bloody hell! Right.
I just don't see why, on lives and stuff, his name's being hidden anymore. It's all out there for anybody and everybody to know, isn't it?
Is he still at it then?
Not that I know, because we outed him.
Yeah.
So I think that's the only reason.
Hopefully, he sort of learned the error of his ways, and yeah, I don't know.
Well, moving into a different hobby,
so.
yeah. But he tried to blame it on his autism, right? So that's saying that my Leo with autism is also a pervert. Well, go fuck yourself, because people with autism have a diagnosis of a doctor. They don't just make it up. And if you can make a YouTube video where you know right from wrong, because you know what you can post and you know what you can't post, you can tell the difference between messages that you can send and you can't send. So it's just, it's affected so many of my friends still to this day that I'm fed up of just, pussyfooting around it instead of just saying it's this guy.
Yeah,
you know what I mean?
Not? Yeah, why not?
I will say one thing. He was fucking lucky he never sent my wife a picture. Just as much as he should be lucky he never sent Chris's or Dave's wife pictures, because the door would have come fucking flying off. I'll tell you that.
I haven't seen any of the
Put me on
shows.
big screen, Scott. Quickly.
There's still a lot of love for Annie, obviously, because it's not her fault.
I've not seen her at any of the shows. She's sort of very quiet now. I've not heard from her at all.
Yeah, I think they went to the IHS. That's all I know.
Paris, what are you doing? Yeah, Scott, can you put me on big screen quick, Scott?
Hold on, I think Tron's asking Dave some questions.
I'm done.
Okay.
If I've got
So
my
yeah,
answer.
can we do it now?
So,
Okay. You got another question for Dave, Aaron, or did you?
Show the cat again.
Oh.
Yeah.
That's a pretty kitty. Is it Scottish Fold?
Paris. Yeah.
Look at the eyes on it.
I know the name's Paris. This is Paris.
The eyes on it are pretty cool.
You could send it to me. I'll take it.
Wow, look at them eyes.
Such a pretty baby.
I do have another one. I've got another one as well. I've got another cat, but it's probably gone for a walk somewhere, so he won't be able to get that one. He will not be able to get one at all. It's gone for a walk.
Is that a male or a female?
It's her son. It's her son. It's her son. He's a male. He's a boy.
Well, if it's a son, I believe it would be a boy.
Yeah, because they do tend to walk off a lot, don't they? The males do. The males they walk off a lot of the times, most of the times anyway.
But that's a pretty baby.
And I do have one more question for Dave. Will you be selling any Ferrophoses? Any Goliaths? Like, will you be selling any?
Not at the moment.
No.
No, not at the moment. We had some earlier in the year, but they've all gone. Yeah, and we just need to. We're what with the moving around and everything. The breeding project's been put on hold for the moment, so hopefully next year we'll have some more then.
Yeah, that'd be good. It's all right then.
Is that your questions done, Aaron, or?
Yeah, that's finished. Yeah.
I've just put the link back into the chat again. If anybody else wants to pop on, what we'll do is see if Chris wants to stay over for a little while, because
he's been very quiet tonight.
Been a little bit quiet, yeah.
He's very quiet.
Still messing with my project, trying to sort the designer with the lock. Think of the Bobby.
That is so cool.
Printed so many parts out today.
So if anybody like looking and wondering what it is, that is a new enclosure that Chris has designed, 3D printed parts, and there's wood or cardboard instead of glass, just to see if it would fit together.
The glass is coming tomorrow.
And whether he likes it or not, these will be available pretty soon.
Are you going to be taking one to the show, Chris?
Yes, I will be taking a couple to the show, actually.
Yeah, that'd be cool.
I'm guessing you want one. I'll sort you one out. You want your logo on it as well?
You know me, I always like to have a look at these things.
Oh yeah, put his logo on it. Chris, are the chameleons still around?
Yeah,
the eggs are still around, still white, still round, so they haven't hatched.
And Amy is 20. I thought Amy was only like 24. 25. Amy is 28 in 20 minutes time. It's Amy's Crystals and Creatures. If one of the moderators could get her link to TikTok and drop it in, because you can sod off, Chris. You can go back on big screen. Amy does she does tarantulas in crystal shapes, and she does all sorts of crystals and stuff like that in different shapes, sizes, pendants. More importantly, she does all the smelly stuff as well. So she does she does sponges that have got different types of scents and wax melts and stuff like that. And we've got some here, and I've just started. Well, I'm about halfway through them all now, but they smell unbelievable. Really, really nice.
Well, happy birthday, Amy, anyway.
And happy birthday.
Happy birthday, Amy.
18 minutes.
Happy birthday, Amy.
I did think she was a lot younger than that. I thought she was only 25. Thank you. Just going to be with family, then Sunday going out for the day.
I can't find the page.
Where are you going on Sunday?
Yeah.
Oh, testing candles now too. Yeah, I think the enemy's going to put an order in with you next month.
Wait, is it?
Good
Yeah,
for the
basically,
camera lady, that one, Dave.
I've just been quiet because I'm trying to work out the lock and
Dave. Aim is crystals and creatures, all the smells and stuff like that. Good for camera lady if you want to get in the good books again.
I think I might need to.
Little black dress, a little white dress, all those nice little smells in wax melts and stuff like that. Get that caravan smelling posh.
Yeah.
Do you have any mature males available, Dave?
I haven't really got anything available because it's all at Portsmouth Tarantulas at the minute.
Oh, I had to ask Danielle. Does she has any mature males available?
It's 5:43 right here.
23.43 here.
Yeah. Do you need? No, you don't need that. Pumpkin patch male. Small.
No, I've got the large.
Nah, small will do.
Yeah.
I'm pretty sure.
I got the large, and I think Danielle did actually put her male in with it, and it got munched.
I paid mine. A month later, I pulled a sack with nymphs in it.
Blah blah blah.
Yeah, they're cool.
I still have that male as well, but he's about 3 months old now.
Yeah.
I could give you that one if you wanted the Bristol.
I am going to give it the stream probably about another 10-15 minutes because I'm absolutely starving. I ain't had my dinner.
You ain't had your dinner?
No.
I'm shattered. I must admit, I'm absolutely knackered.
Well, the kids went to nursery, and me and Tara was like, "Oh, shall we have bacon and egg batches while there's nobody here?" So we did, and so they lasted. But then Layla had an award ceremony this evening, so I was like, "Okay, so I'll do Leo some food," and she took Noah and that off to the award ceremony, and here's me thinking, "Yeah, they'll be back about 6:30, Yeah, 7:30, 20 to 8. I was like, for fuck's sake. And they've had their dinner, and I'm like, yeah, bastards, I can smell it. Was it Dave who was pairing the Y diversities?
Yes, I have done, yeah.
I'm
waiting on my female to drop a sack.
Got a sub-adult hit male here. The female did a runner, and I've never found her. They are surprisingly fast when they want to be.
Yeah.
Strog says, Dave, what are your favourite arboreal tarantulas?
Oh dear. I like a lot of the Asian stuff. I do like the Asian stuff.
How far is Bristol? How far is it in general?
Whereabouts are you, Aaron?
Where are you from?
In fact, don't tell us where you are, Aaron. Go on Google Maps and just type in Bristol.
Yeah, but I said that. I'm from Surrey area because it's a big, massive. It's a massive, big area anyway.
Yeah,
I think it's far away from me.
The easiest way to do it
far.
is to just type in AA Route Finder. That's the best way. And then you can put your details, and then it will give you how far away it is.
Yeah.
Night, Michael.
Don't tell everybody.
I'll have a look.
Yeah.
I'll have a look. I'll have a look how far it is. If it's too far, I ain't got the time.
Amy Leah says, what's your TikTok name again, please? I can't remember either. From Surrey would be a good few hours, I would imagine.
That's what I'm saying.
Oh, enclosures, Dave, not tarantulas. Sorry.
Hey, what?
What's your favorite arboreal tarantulas?
Enclosures. What's your favorite arboreal enclosure?
No, tarantula.
Oh,
right. Let me just highlight this comment.
I do actually like the exos.
Enclosures, not keys.
Yeah, I like the exos, but although saying that, I'm actually designing my own at the moment. So they'll cover everything that I need. Then I'm hoping that once we get sorted out, I'm going to make my own enclosures, and then they'll fit my room for exactly what I need. That's the plan.
Competition.
And then Dave will have a load of Komodos for sale.
Yeah.
Yeah. I'll have a van, Dave. Don't worry, because I love the Komodos.
I'm hoping to set up a self-watering wall. So that's one of the ideas that I've got floating about, and just play around with a few things,
Drip fed system.
Sort of, yeah. It's going to be an interesting sort of experiment, but it's something that I'll probably set up, run it for a year, and then I'll decide whether
you're gonna have to set it up outside to make sure the sprays are not going to go woof. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And to make sure at the very end of the run you're getting the same amount of water as what you are at the start.
That's the thing. Yeah.
You can do it, Dave.
Yeah, it'll be all right. We're looking forward to it.
There's similar stuff out there. If you look at betta fish, when they've got a wall of betta fish, if they can run hoses to each one for water changes, then obviously you should be able to do the same. But
I used to have a drip system on discus fish, pure tap water straight in on the dip system.
Yeah. We used to do the same with the fighters.
Yeah.
I used to keep a lot of fighters years ago, and exactly the same. That was literally just drip fed. And then all they'd done was they just had a natural overflow.
Yeah.
Just constantly kept changing.
Pure tap water, no tap saves nothing.
That's it. Yeah, literally just straight out of the tap. Yeah.
Mate's got auto top up on his salt water. That's pretty cool. Because you don't lose salt in a salt water, you just lose the RO. So as soon it's a bit like a cistern on a toilet. As soon as it drops a little bit, it pops it back in.
Dave.
Yes.
You wanted to build a living wall, you said?
It's what, sorry?
A living wall?
It's just a self-watering wall.
Yeah?
So, just run its own system.
Have you had a look on dusk.se? It's a Swedish company. They make lots of things for terrariums and plants and stuff. And they have a fabric called Hygrolon. It's made specifically to transfer water upwards.
Okay.
So I use a lot of it in my enclosures and stuff for high humidity species.
Yeah.
And the fabric can hold 270% water.
Oh wow, that's incredible.
I've never heard of that one.
No.
That definitely sounds interesting.
It's funny because the one of the things that I want to do is I actually find the plants as interesting as the spiders and stuff, and because of my frogs and bits and pieces, I want to do far more in the way of plants, and I find that the plants in some respects are harder than sometimes the livestock. It's difficult getting that system correct, especially when you've got a mixture of plants.
It is.
I want to try and do more with that. I think that'd be quite exciting. I'd like to do a large sort of display of just carnivorous plants.
Yeah,
I think that would be really, really, really cool. But the problem is everything takes up space, don't it? So you're limited to how many different play around.
Dave, Ryan from Antscape sells lots of cuttings for loads of different types of plants.
Yeah, cool.
Yeah, the Welsh tarantula says, "Hi Dave, my adult female Regalis molted about a month ago, but she refuses to eat. Her abdomen still looks quite big. Would it be safe to pair them, or should she wait until they're fed?"
If she's still maintaining size, I would try them. I don't worry about the time between feeds. If they're holding good body condition, that's all that's important.
No, it just malted, so it's only a month into new malt.
Oh, so he's done.
Yeah.
Oh, about a month.
Yeah, I'd wait.
Yeah, I mean, you could try it. I normally wait sort of 6 weeks, 6 weeks onwards, and then I give them a go. I pair them, but you'll find them regardless are fairly easy anyway. So you could get away with them now, as long as she's out and about. That's what I normally wait for. So when my females molt, as soon as I start seeing them, like in the mornings, they'll be out on the edge of their bark or wherever. As soon as you start seeing them doing that kind of behaviour, then they're ready to go. If they're still tucked away, then generally speaking, they're still hardening up. There's a lot of rubbish said about adult spiders being hard done in a week or two. I know my geniculata, she took something like 10 weeks before she started acting normal again. You know, it's a long time. The bigger the spider, the longer it takes. But I would have thought with your regardless, she should be out and about within 4 to 6 weeks.
Right. Mark has
Go on, Dave. Chris.
Now, Mark has asked a question about: is there any tips for conditioning an insect female?
Incy females.
Yeah.
Just really food with them guys, because they don't really need anything in the way of temperatures and stuff like that. I think again they're another one of the ones that they're fairly straightforward, and they've got such broad parameters that you don't really need to do much at all. So I would just make sure that she's got a decent bit of food, and when you pair them, just make sure your males can escape really easy. That's the big thing with a lot of these spiders. The males aren't given the room to maneuver. The more room you give your male, the better chance you'll have of survival.
I've got 2 pokies. I got Gooey Sapphire and I got a Regalis. It definitely is a Regalis, because someone said to me it was a Regalis. Was it Lewis that told me it was a Regalis? Lou told me, didn't he? Was it?
Don't know.
I can't remember, Aaron. If you send Luke some pictures of it, he'll confirm. That's for sure.
But yeah, all I do know is that I've got 2 pokies, which I do know, and I definitely know that one's a Gooey because it's blue. I definitely know that one's a Gooey.
Yeah.
Dave, carnivorous plants live in bog water, so I don't think it'd be good for tarantulas. I keep a few of them, and I have to water them every day.
Yes. No, I know that. The idea with the tank for the carnivorous plants was purely for plants. There wouldn't have been. It wasn't going to be for frogs or spiders or whatever.
You could still put like if you cut that in half, you could still put that into the enclosure and just fill that up with water. Then you got that bog for your plant and have it dry around it. That's still a good idea.
Yeah, no. My original idea was purely just a tank with different carnivorous plants, just purely because I like the plants. So yeah, it wasn't going to be for livestock.
No.
I'll put the link in the chat if you want to have a look.
Yes, definitely. Yeah, that sounds interesting.
They have all sorts of things. I know because he's really the guy that owns that shop. He's really into plants and conserving things and stuff. So they also sell synthetic sphagnum moss.
Yeah.
Because of how much we use of the wild stuff. So.
Yeah, I do get through a bit.
Right. Dave, I've got a quick question, and then I think we're going to call it a night because it's almost midnight. We'll go slightly past it so we can wish Amy a happy birthday. What do you know about Viara? Varroa.
Viagra?
No, not Viagra. I think I might have spoken to you about it a long time ago, actually. But
what was it?
There's a mite with bees called Viora?
I don't know. No, I do
So-
vaguely remember. I vaguely remember you saying something about this a long time ago.
Yeah. So there's a treatment for bees that kills mites in bees.
Mm-hmm.
What do you think about that same treatment being tried on tarantulas that have got mites?
Wouldn't work.
Why?
Isn't mites in the same category as tarantulas?
There's both spiders. They're both arachnids.
Yeah, they
The-
both are
the-
arachnids.
It
It's
covers-
same with lice and everything. They're classified as arachnids.
It
You
stops
try
the
to
mites
kill-
from eating while you've got the treatment in there.
Yeah, but what I'm saying is how would it work? Because bees are not arachnids. Maybe
No, they're
that
not.
treatment is working only on arachnids. And mites
Yeah,
in theory are arachnids, so that probably would kill the spider.
It would depend on how it's actually worked.
Yeah.
So how you actually
Let me.
put it into the enclosure, as it were. So is it a living thing that's going in, or is it like a powder, or what is it?
It's a spray.
Definitely not.
Right. But then it must be, if it's a spray, it must be transferable in some way.
You know.
Over here, I know that it's really popular to use the predatory mites.
Yes, I've
Yeah, we use them here, but could you
Yeah.
imagine if you had a bottle of spray, you could just go, and then that's it, your tarantula's fine and your mites are dead. That would be, because predatory mites, yeah, you buy them, they come in a pot, but they're not going to last forever, are they? You know?
they are pretty much a one dose type thing, because
Yeah.
you literally, once
they're always
you've got
expensive.
rid of the problem, you don't need them anymore. But then I also wonder how. I mean, crikey, I've never had mites on a spider. I had them on a centipede. I've never had them on a spider.
I've
And
had,
I wonder, how common is it?
I've got grain mites in a couple, but then nothing
Yeah,
to
but
worry about.
They're not going to bother your spider. So when you look at the mites that actually affect a spider, how often has anybody had that problem?
Once
Never.
on one spider, and it didn't affect any of the other collection, any other part of my collection.
Yeah, and I've never had it on a spider.
And I'm still
Never.
I'm still about 70% because I don't know, because I didn't know much about mites at the time, so it could have been grain mites just feeding on the corpse.
Ah, right, yeah. So that's an entirely different thing.
I can't 100% say it's definitely mites, as in mites.
Yeah.
It is midnight, so happy birthday, Amy.
Happy
Happy
birthday,
birthday.
Amy.
Happy birthday, Amy!
She's 28, so she's only 2 years older than me and Dave.
She's looking a sight better than me.
Big paper rounds, Dave. Big paper rounds.
I know.
It's the stress.
You know, big paper rounds. And the stress of a camera lady and the stress of an enemy.
Oh, people don't appreciate what we go through.
No, they're not one bit. Not one
No,
bit.
No
Not
one
got a
bit.
clue.
So I guess everyone's going to be going to Bristol. Yeah, we're all going to Bristol, pretty much. Make sure you come and see us.
Oh, I will.
I'm working the bug nut stand. Kris is on Creatures from the North. Danielle will be on Portsmouth. Luke's going to be there at Spa Spiders with Daddy Spa. Yeah, they're the ones. Natalie, Time Voyager Taxidermy. She's going to be there.
Steve W. Yeah.
She has got some epic taxidermy. Steve W. Exotics, he's going to be there. Ian L. Binding Crafts, which is Leo Unusual Pets, in the comments. Please go see Leah. Go say hello. She is a fantastic woman. Definitely, this is no insult, Leah, but definitely underrated in the hobby. I think definitely deserves a lot more attention than what she gets. And her husband is just absolutely fantastic.
Yeah,
absolutely amazing guy. Terry is. But yeah, go see everybody. It's going to be if it's anything, if last year's anything to go off, it's going to be another brilliant show.
Yeah.
Dave,
just make sure if you come over, tell me who you are, because I've got a terrible memory.
Yeah,
I am absolutely terrible.
Are you bringing any merch?
Dave, if I showed up, you'd be able to tell me who I am right off the bat.
Yeah, his twin sister.
My sister from another mother.
Dave, I'm your accountant. Send me your money.
And also, Dave, you owe me money.
Oh, do I?
I'm only joking.
I'll just have your car. That's all I'm interested in.
Yeah, you just want me car.
That is gorgeous car.
Yeah, I do enjoy it. I must admit.
That 1 litre Fiesta, brilliant. Go faster, drives.
Hey, Dave. Sorry, Dave. Do you still have that big centipede? Because I saw in one of your videos, you still got that centipede, ain't you? Do you still got it?
Yes. Yeah.
I
might look at getting some more.
Is it a Goliath one? Is it Goliath?
Gigantus.
Goliath centipede.
Yeah.
One of them. Yeah, one of those ones. They get bigger, don't they? They're more bigger.
Yeah. The Darwins.
Oh, cheers, Pepperoni.
Yeah.
Bug not again, Dave.
Yeah.
There's going to be me and Paul. I can, always say Paul. It's Dave. Do something.
I think my last white leg I got from Clayton. Yeah.
All I've been told from Paul is they're about to shake the hobby up a little bit with what they're getting.
That's all going to be available at Brighton.
I think it's going to be available at Brighton. They've just dropped tens of thousands of pounds on inverts, so not just tarantulas. There's going to be some other bits and bobs there, so it's
nice.
Definitely. I mean, if you don't know Dave's a little bit like me. So when it comes to the weird stuff, he's all over it and all. So when we're both at a show, we have to try and beat him. Beat him there.
Perhaps I ought to offer to help out on their stand.
If there's anything you see on the website that you want pointed to one side that goes for anybody, drop me a message and I'll do that. Yeah. Strong, come to the Bristol show. He says one day I'll get to meet you all. Bugsy wants to
if you can make it. We talked about this many times.
Yes.
We got.
If you need 10 minutes on the outside, just let me know.
Yeah, that goes for anybody. If anybody needs 10 minutes chill out time, just grab any of us.
I say I'll make things there.
That's not an excuse for you to go, Dave. I need 10 minutes outside with you.
Yeah, but if that's all it takes is 10 minutes, it's not worth my time.
But guys, the one thing you guys don't have though is killer piranhas, like how I've got piranhas.
Piranhas aren't killer piranhas. That's a myth that's been going on for years.
I used to have piranhas years ago.
You're
piranhas.
Shrugs, you're coming. You're coming to Bristol, Shrugs. Start getting used to it. You are coming to Bristol. It's going to. Don't let that mindset beat you. Fight it. Kick its ass. Have a battle with it. He says, I'm trying my hardest to get my brain around getting to Bristol, says Strogs.
Where does he live?
I've been in that anxiety bubble when I come off what I did. And you just literally have to enjoy the battle. You literally have to go, do you know what? Put me in this awkward situation. Make me feel all funny. Make my anxieties come on and all the rest of it, because I'm going to beat it. And you can, Strogs. Just grab it by the bollocks and do it. Trust me, you will love it and you'll be happy and glad that you did it. There's shitloads of room outside. Car park's fucking massive. There's loads of little hidey spots you can go and chill out. You'll do it, Drugs, man.
Yeah, we know Drugs, and it's not meant to be any hassle towards you. It's just if you want to go, then come and go, and we will sort any problems out as they come.
Steve, Leah's been offering that since she started. Andrew, that's off the back of me asking Liarden to start putting an extra room on or a quiet space where anybody with anxieties can go and chill, so people are included as opposed to being excluded. If anyone sees me skipping or being weird, please overlook me. I get excited. Says Bugsy. Yeah, she wants 15 minutes with me, Dave, and Chris.
No problem.
Oh, and yeah. So this channel here, yeah, I don't use it. I don't use this one. My main channel is Aaron Penfold's Vlog Life. That's my main channel. It's got more followers on that one.
All right, Aaron, no worries. No worries.
So yeah. Yeah, it's all right, isn't it? Is that all right?
Yeah.
That's right.
Leah says she will be a safe space as well for anyone that wants to go, because sometimes it can be hard. Get out. Yeah, Leah's done that safe space since she first started doing the shows. Bless her. It's nice to see the others kind of doing the same. I think there's obviously Mitch now as well, which is Mitch and Gavin. Gavin's one of the most grounding guys you'll ever meet in your life. He is such a nice guy, man. Impossible inverts. Give him a subscription on YouTube and give him a follow on Facebook. The stuff he makes is just mind blowing.
It's pretty clever stuff.
I met him at some shows.
Oh.
I met him at a few shows. I met him in real life.
Gavin, he's
Gavin,
yeah.
I've seen him in a few shows.
I love going and seeing Gavin because at a show, my head's all over the shop. You see Gavin, and it just gives you that. He's such a nice guy, such a mellow guy. He's just literally instant. He's a beautiful human being.
Yeah.
Right. Well, I'm old. I'm getting tired. I'm getting hungry.
It was a pleasure talking to you all.
Dave's got,
That's all right. That's okay.
Dave's got some making up to do with Camera Lady. Because obviously she's seen him in the caravan and she knows about the dresses and the shoes and the underwear and the drawers and everything else now.
Dress-up games. Dave's going to get into those dresses.
And thank you for giving up your cross-dressing night tonight, Dave, for joining us. Appreciate that.
You don't realise how much I've given up.
Dave, question. We were debating which of the dresses are you wearing?
I'm not quite decided. It's going to be a surprise.
I said the white one.
Oh, Welsh Tarantula, carry on then. Carry on, Welsh Tarantula. Pop on for 5 minutes. I'll carry on for you, dude. Or do that. I'm on StreamYard now. Honestly, setting it up was so confusing. Yeah, join.
Come on, get him on. Get him on.
Just join. I'll hold fire. It's all right.
Yeah.
It is a pain in the backside when you first go on it, but.
Yeah.
I'm pulling some funny faces.
Aaron's pulling faces. Aaron's pulling faces. Naughty boy, we. Naughty boy, we.
Where's he going?
Actually, I know what I'm going to get for a minute. Let me bring him out for a little while.
I'm convinced. I have a mature male Avik.
You have.
And I'm completely sure it's trying to kill itself.
We already checked, John. It is a mature male, isn't it?
It walks all the way to the top of the enclosure, then it drops down. It stays on the ground for a bit and walks up the same way and goes straight down.
Oh, that's a pretty baby.
Yes, yeah, her name's Ring. Yeah, her name's Ring.
That's a pretty little ball. Or do you guys call them Royal?
She's got like this bit weird smell on her. Don't know what that is. It's kind of a weird smell.
It's a ball python.
Oh, Welsh Trencher's going to do a live stream tomorrow. Is Mark doing a live stream tomorrow?
I'm not sure.
He said he was, but then again, something happened, so I'm not sure.
Yeah.
It's a big something, though, isn't it?
Yeah, it is.
No, wait a minute. That's a boa.
I think it is. I think I've seen the adverts.
I can't see it.
It's a ball python.
Okay, I thought I saw the
Are you?
things. Okay, yeah, I can see the sides better now. I thought
I
it
got
was
another one. I got another one. It's a pied, but at the minute, it's in my sister's room. I can't get it out tonight.
We call them royal. We call them royal pythons, unless whoever's got one's doing a YouTube video, and then they suddenly go to whatever the Americans call them for the searchability.
Yeah, we call them ball pythons over here.
I know. I've seen a lot of famous YouTubers that do like reptiles, like Brian Barczyk. He's another big famous YouTuber, ain't he? He's famous, ain't he?
Yeah.
I have no idea.
All over the internet.
Yeah.
But he's also not very well. He's got cancer as well. He's been found to have cancer.
Pancreatic cancer as well. Yeah. No, it's cancer. Is it pancreatic or is it throat? I can't remember. No, I'm pretty sure it's pancreatic, actually.
Yeah.
I've been watching him since 2010. That's how long I've been watching him on YouTube.
Yeah. I'll watch Chandler's Wildlife as well. Bit of the old cobras he gets out, and his monocle cobra babies are just gorgeous.
Yeah, some cool stuff.
I don't mind it. I don't mind Chandler's Wildlife.
Nope.
But the way he acts at times, I think he's not showing a good example for his fans, because he keeps kind of jumping over the place. He's jumping over the place all the time, and he shouts a lot, and he just, you know what I mean? He's trying to be like another Steve Irwin.
That's what keeps the audience for him. But then if you listen to him, he's really responsible. If you see him around the snake, he does not take his eyes off that snake.
No.
Not for an instant, because he knows how deadly they are. Right, Aaron, I'm just going to chuck you back downstairs for a second.
That's right.
I'm going to end the stream. It is 12:15. It's not a school night, but, you know, it is. It's still got on a bit now.
Yeah.
Good night, everybody.
This is a late one for me.
Yeah.
I don't know how to get off of this thing, so you guys are going to have to kick me off.
That's all right. Dave, again, massive thank you for you popping on. Really appreciate your time. Even from the campsite.
Yeah, it's got to be done, isn't
But Dave, I have something to say.
What's
this campsite has better internet than your old house.
Yes.
It did not fucking glitch a single time.
Actually, you saying that, I got my computer set up, and normally it takes, for a half-hour video, it takes about half an hour to upload it. Here, it was 2 minutes, uploaded, done and dusted. Absolutely fantastic. Wow. Super quick here. And I'm not hardwired. This is purely on Wi-Fi. Yeah, and it's been astounding. Absolutely astounding.
I have a quick question, guys. Who here knows who Tyson Fury is? You obviously already know. I've talked about it before. You already know who Tyson Fury is. Boxer, ain't he? He's another gypsy. He's another traveller. Obviously, like me, another traveller. But like I said, he is related to someone on my granny's side. he's got relations from. I don't know how it is, but he's
Aaron,
related.
Are you sure? Because I know a lot of travellers, and they all say that they're related to Tyson Fury. All of them.
I think he's related to someone down in Doncaster who I know.
Yeah.
I think he's my distant long cousin. I'm not very sure properly. I don't know properly, so I can't confirm that I'm his cousin.
Yeah, Chris is my uncle.
I might be related to him. I don't know.
Yeah,
because one of my cousins from Doncaster are related to him.
Saltire Spider said, "Love this tonight, guys. Good night, Juanita. Let's get you over for BTS next year."
Oh, I love that. I would.
Definitely.
And it was a pleasure talking to you all, and it's a pleasure meeting you as close as this is. I would look very forward to giving you all hugs.
Oh, yeah.
It's been lovely chatting to you.
Yeah. All right, guys.
And you keep that good, solid attitude.
Well, I try to.
You're doing
you all take care. I don't know how to get off of this thing. Can somebody kick me off or something?
I will. No, we're going to keep you forever.
Oh, no.
You are now our prisoner.
Oh, take me away. I do this.
Right, night everyone. Thank you for joining.
Good night, buddy. We'll see you all soon.
Thank you so much for joining. Massive thank you for new subscribers. Go check out the recent video on Nat's taxidermy. Pinning, if Thomas is still around. Pinning. Pretty epic, especially the Silence of the Lambs one. So impressed. Bristol show coming up. So hopefully you lot know who to go and see. This guy and this fat ginger one here. It's going to be an absolute wicked day. Obviously, Leah in the comments as well. But yeah, thank you for joining and watching until 12 at night. Really, really appreciate your support.
Dave, what do you need to say?
This is where the comments fill up with "Shut up, you ginger twat." We're here for Dave.
Dave, famous Scotland phrase.
It's what?
You have to do an outro. What does Scott say at the end of the video?
Oh, yes. Well, I would like to actually say a big thank you to everyone who's been supporting us lately. We're getting it through the video comments and all the rest of it. So that's been really cool. And, blown us away. So don't forget, be calm, be gentle, and love your spider. I'll see you soon, guys. Lovely job. Lovely job. We'll see you all at Bristol.
See you later.
Bye.
Have you clicked the end broadcast, Chris, or have I got to do it? What have you done?
I'll do it.
All right, Chris will do it.
Professional as